provide a warm welcome for your Reefscape MCs, Monish Patel and Sonnet Kowalski.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition and this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. Reefscape is part of our ocean-inspired season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with FIRST to inspire students to make waves with your innovations and transform into confident leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and investing in your future. We're very excited to partner with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success. Whether it's helping you prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support FIRST robotics competition teams around the world. A big thanks to Haas and all our donors, from the largest companies to small businesses and individual donors who support FIRST and FIRST teams every season with sponsorship and volunteers. We really couldn't do it without you.
Let's give it up for the Gene Haas Foundation, everyone. Come on. They give a lot of money. They give a lot of resources. They give you mentors to keep FRC running for generations to come. And first of all, this is our first event for the season. You guys have been working for 6 weeks, and this is the time you put it to test. Who's excited? I didn't hear it loud enough the first time. That's what I thought. Now, I know we've got a kind of a weird field situation going on here. We would be in the middle normally, but there's something else exciting going on the field. So, of course, there's cameras. Use the screen if you're on that side when we give out awards, announcements, anything like that. Now, we only have 3 speakers today, and they're all amazing. So let me introduce our first speaker today. This competition is only possible with the support of our local partners. They believe in our mission and work alongside our organization to provide the best FIRST experience possible, and we definitely receive that here. Representing one such partner and one amazing partner, Mr. Brian Cooksey, Director of the Workforce Development at Shaw Industries and the President of the Georgia FIRST Board of Directors.
Good morning. Good morning, Gainesville. We are so excited to be here with you today on behalf of Shaw Industries. We make the carpet that you guys play on every year. We're proud to be a part of FIRST, and we need talented individuals like all of you to come be a part of our company to help us invent products and solve problems for the future. We are so proud that you're part of FIRST Robotics. It's an amazing organization, and on behalf of our board of directors, I'd just like to thank all of you for being part of FIRST. I'd like to thank your parents, your coaches, your mentors, your school teachers, everybody that makes this possible, your sponsors. What a great ecosystem we have, and I can't wait to see what you guys do here today. Have a great time, have fun, good luck. Go get them.
I'd now like to introduce our second speaker for today, representing Automation Direct, a longtime partner of Georgia FIRST who provides support and always makes sure your teams have what they need from their millions of products. Join me in welcoming Mr. Chip McDaniel, Technical Marketing for Automation Direct and serving on our Georgia FIRST Board of Directors.
Good morning, Gainesville. So as she mentioned, we sell automation parts. A lot of the parts you could use to build the robots that you have here. We sponsor teams locally here in Georgia. We sponsor Georgia FIRST, and we sponsor FIRST at the national level by putting a voucher for free parts in your kit of parts. So if you haven't gotten your free robot parts, come talk to me. I'll be over there in the corner. Hey, 2025 marks the 20th anniversary of our involvement in FIRST Robotics, and I wanted to just take a moment and give you guys some details on that. So it all started in 2024. A gentleman approached us and asked if we would sponsor a team he was putting together. That man was Rick Folia, and he's running around here somewhere. He's responsible for this. After 20 years, we now have 225 teams in Forsyth County, Georgia, in various robotics programs. And that doesn't even include the private teams. That's just the ones that are affiliated with the public schools. We've got 7 FRC teams in Forsyth County now. We're coming for you, Gwinnett. 5 of those 7 teams are here today. So anyway, that was just a little history for you about our involvement. Come by the booth. I'd love to show you some of the parts that we have. And good luck with the competition.
Thank you, Chip. And for those of you who didn't know, you guys know Kyle Fender? Who knows Kyle Fender, the other MC? Yeah? So both of us interned for Chip McDaniel at Automation Direct. It's a great experience. You guys should look into it if you're a junior, sophomore, or even a senior, if those positions are open. Now, closing out the speakers for this morning, please welcome, representing our incredible asset, the Georgia Power Machine Shop. Who's used the machine shop? If you haven't, whoever did not clap, you're going to use them today for sure, because there's no enthusiasm in there. Please welcome Ms. Hannah Warner, Workforce Coordinator for Georgia Power.
Good morning. How's everybody doing? Everybody good? Fabulous. So I started with Georgia Power 5 years ago, and this was one of my first events as a new Georgia Power employee. And I got to work in the machine shop. I say work. I was relegated to the popcorn machine, and I thought, I'm not going to be that busy. It was one of the busiest days of my life, long 12 hours. And on that day, I watched my colleague and mentor stand here and explain all of the things that Georgia Power does, how we support this event. And I told myself, one day, I want to be the representative from Georgia Power that gets to talk at this event. And I am so excited that I have now officially made that dream a reality. So thank you so much for having me. Thank you. So in any other setting, if I asked the crowd what the first law of thermodynamics was, I would get a blank stare. And I know this from experience. But I have very high hopes for this crowd, so who can tell me what's the first law of thermodynamics? Who can tell me? Raise your hand. Anybody? Yell it out. Come on. Anybody in the front row? Thermodynamics. Energy cannot be created or destroyed, only transferred or transformed, right? And today, it's not just about the energy in the batteries and the motors and then the robots. It's about the energy of the people in this room, the good energy that's being transferred and transformed between teammates, coaches, volunteers, everyone here. We are providing the energy that will propel these students and our communities forward, and we have a brighter future because of it. So thank you all for being here today. And at Georgia Power, we have worked for 140 years to provide clean, safe, reliable, and affordable energy to 2.8 million customers. And we do more than just make energy and keep your lights on. We are proud to be a citizen wherever we serve, and our strength lies in our relationships, whether they be with our team members, our customers, or organizations we support. And we are proudly powering good together. By supporting programs like FRC Robotics, we aim to guide students down the path to help us build the future of energy. Working at Georgia Power has been an incredible opportunity, and we would be lucky to hire any of the students that are in this room today. We have over 7,000 employees working at our power plants, on our power lines, and assisting our customers and beyond. And as our industry changes and evolves, so too will the skills and the talent that we look for in our employees. It's not just about the technical skills. We need people who are creative, driven, and passionate. And as we work to make our power grid more resilient and reliable, we need talent with these same qualities. We need innovative solutions to meet the growing energy needs of our state, and we can't do that without innovative people. To all the participants that are here today, congratulations on making it to the qualifying event. Your hard work and dedication and creativity have brought you this far, and you should be incredibly proud of yourself. Remember that every challenge you face is an opportunity to learn and grow. Keep pushing the boundaries, stay curious, and never stop innovating. You will shape the world and the future, and we at Georgia Power are excited to see what you will accomplish today and beyond. Thank you, and good luck.
Now it's time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. Please welcome the judges led by Judge Advisor Dr. Brian Haynes with the Kimberly-Clark Corporation.
Hello, Gainesville. Ah, that's much better. Who wants to win an award over the next couple of days? I love the energy. We've got an esteemed group of judges here that I'd like to introduce. Brian Day.
From the Kimberly-Clark Corporation.
Danny Daly.
From Frito-Lay.
Parker Bass.
Parker Bass Solutions.
Randall Morgan.
Kimberly-Clark Corporation.
Brian Cooksey.
Shaw Industries.
Tom Cleveland.
Inspire Brands.
Laura Trotter.
Costco.
Frank Borowick.
Retired Engineering Manager.
Sue Miller.
Inspire Brands.
And Brian Prokes.
Johnson Energy Solutions.
All right, everyone have a lot of fun. Look for the judges in the pits. Give them some swag. They love the swag. So y'all have fun. Good luck.
All right, thank you, Dr. Brian Haynes. He's also a part of our Georgia First Board of Directors, just like Mr. Brian Cooksey right here. Yeah, we got two Brians on there. So the judges want to hear your stories, your successes, your challenges. They want to hear it all. They're going to get a broad picture of what your season looked like, what you do to encourage other team members, what you're doing to your freshmen, what you're doing with your seniors. How are you getting alumni involved? Tell them everything. They want to know everything. Judges, thank you for your time and your effort. You've got such a competitive group here. I see a lot of competitive teams, and it's going to be hard, but we're excited to see what awards you give out today and to whom. There's another group of volunteers you'll see on the field, and usually this is scripted, so you might be able to guess who it is. Somebody guess who it could be. Field reset referees. Anybody else? FTAs? Okay, well, they're all going to be introduced, but our next one is the referees. Please welcome Miss Jan Puckett-Sperlin. They're here to keep the field in fair play with gracious professionalism, and there are no video reviews ever.
Thank you, thank you. So I want to introduce my crew to you here today. My name is Jan Sperlin, and when I'm not doing volunteering for FIRST, I work for ServiceNow, and I am an IT instructor. For those of you who don't know me, I've been doing this for over 20 years, and it's been a long time since I've had a high school student in my house. But on that note, let me start off by introducing our newest head ref, Jenna Justin. Jenna is the customer director with Plexus. Previously, she came to us out of Wisconsin, where she's done a ton of work with the folks up there, and we are excited to have her. She will be the head ref at the Statesboro event. Welcome, Jenna. Next up is Molly Britton. Molly has been with us for a number of years. She is a former Georgia FRC member. She is currently a project engineer with Geiger. Welcome, Molly. Glad to have you back. Next up is Jeremy Roberts. Jeremy is an engineering consultant, and he will work for anybody who will pay him. That's the way. Jeremy has done lots and lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of roles in FIRST, and we are excited to have him on the referee crew. He will be participating in several of the events this year, as will Molly. Next up, I have Daniel Mora. Daniel is a data analyst with International IT Solutions. He, too, is a former FRC member and has been refereeing with us for a number of years. And by the way, seniors, I'm always looking for refs for next year, so talk to us. We love to have people who understand this game. But Daniel's been with us here for 2 years now, 3 years now, but he's been around. So we are glad to have him. And finally, last but not least, we have our newest member of our refs crew, who is Samir I told you I was going to not do this. Godbold. And he is a student at Georgia Tech. He is studying computer engineering. He, too, is a former FRC team member and comes out of Arizona, where he has done a ton and ton and ton of volunteering. So we're excited to have him here in Georgia. We will do our darndest to make this thing fair and even and help you guys learn the rules. We are here to help you. So thank you so much.
Big thank you to all our referees and especially our head ref, Jan, for her fantastic work all these years. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. While Ken isn't here, he's probably already at work. To help us achieve our safety priority, please welcome our safety manager, Mr. Dylan Bernier. Here at this event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and a designated meeting place to your team. Congratulations to this year's Safety Animation Award winners, Team 1986, Team Titanium from Lee's Summit, Missouri. We'll play their winning animation tomorrow during the playoffs.
Haha, I forgot where I was. All right. Yeah, I found it. We have one award which recognizes an individual student. Now, there's only one. I'm going to let you guess again because I'm going to make you do all the hard work. What do you think it is? Okay, I got one. Who else can agree? Who else agrees that it was the Dean's List Award? Are there more than one? All right, first of all, let me read the script. I'm going to get in trouble again. Dean's List nominees, please stand, and now let's give them a huge round of applause for making it so far. They're going to be in a heavily competitive group. If you can go ahead and also wave, stand and wave so we know who you are. Amazing. These are students chosen by their teams to represent. So they have shown within 6 weeks what they're capable of, and everyone is so proud of them. We're very proud of them. We're excited to see where it takes you, and we wish you the best of luck, although I think Dean's List judging has already happened, so good luck anyway. All right.
As always, let's make sure that everything you do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which was created in honor of Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies.
Throughout the competition, please maintain Woody's legacy by acting with gracious professionalism. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist Award contenders. This is similar to the Dean's List, where the teams have to nominate them. All right.
Mentors and coaches, you are critical to the FIRST experience. You help set the culture at FIRST, and you are part of the far-reaching support system we've built for students around the world who are realizing their dreams. We know that many of you also mentor teams from other FIRST programs, FIRST Lego League and FIRST Czech Talent. Big thank you to all the mentors and coaches for your dedication and efforts on behalf of all FIRST programs.
Finally, some venue, housekeeping, and safety reminders before we get started, and we're so close. Please note the location of the emergency exits. There's multiple doors on either side. There's also the main door you came in on this morning. Hopefully that's where you came in. There is a fire extinguisher here at the scoring table, right in the middle where the FIRST logo is, and at the exits to the building. So all those exits have a fire extinguisher near them if you ever need them. Please make sure to use the fire extinguishers first, then come to Pit Admin to notify one of us so we can get on it right away. And the first aid station is located at the Pit Admin table. That's also where the EMT is located at this event. Safety is everyone's responsibility, yours and ours, so please help us keep walkways, exits clear. If you see anything unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a fill, let us know. Spill, not a fill. Let us know at the Pit Admin table. The most concerning walkway is this one right in the front, so make sure you're careful. There's a ramp over there. Make sure you don't trip on that either. Some of you saw Bo last night, our mini robot, which I definitely said last night I was going to have him out here, but completely forgot. He's charging. He can't even go over the ramp, so you guys have to be careful.
It's important for everyone to have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time here. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. The FIRST community cares for one another, so if you notice someone who seems to be having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see if you can lend a hand. Together, we can ensure that this event is safe and fun for everyone.
All right, before we power up the robots, please stand for the national anthem. Again, we've got flags on both sides. The national anthem is being performed today by Michaela Allen from Team 9496, Link from North Carolina, joining us at the Peachtree District.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was beautiful, Makela. Thank you so much, and good luck to all your teams. All right, who's ready for Reefscape? Yeah? All right, you've been working for 6 weeks, so we're really excited. Let's power up your robots and start the competition. The other voice you'll be hearing for the weekend is our main game announcer, Mr. Roy McConnell, sitting right over there, already at work. All right, there we go. Let's get started, guys.
Gainesville.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 1, starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 3091.
The 100 Scholars with the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, sponsored by Georgia Power, Global Payments, Coca-Cola, Koppman, Deloitte, and State Farm.
Joining them, Team 7538.
Meadow Mountain from Lawrenceville, Georgia, from Mountain View High School, sponsored by the Gwinnett County Public Schools, Mountain View Engineering, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders from Cumming, Georgia, sponsored by Elite Heating and Air and Automation Direct.
On the Blue Alliance, starting with Team 832.
It's the Family and Community Group along with Roswell High School. Oscar from Roswell, Georgia, sponsored by Roswell High School and 92 Threads.
Team 9260.
Built for Bibb Robotics from Macon, Georgia, the Bibb County School District, sponsored by that district, CTAE Department, 21st Century Alliance, and BAE Systems.
And Team 8866.
From Innovation Academy STEM Magnet High School in Alpharetta, Georgia, it's Innovation Robotics, sponsored by Avis Flatbed Crisp, Concast, Sioux Border, Perfect Edge, Molex, and SolidWorks.
All right, field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in Reefscape 2025. First robotics here in Gainesville, Georgia, as the bots are in autonomous mode. This is what the robots are programmed to do, and hopefully they will respond to the programming properly. And now the human players have control of the bots for another 2 minutes and 15 seconds as they can score all kinds of points by building that reef, diving shallow on the reef, loading that coral up, picking up algae and processing it. The algae, the round spherical figures that you see out there on the field, that's algae. The little PVC pipe figures that you see, that's the coral as they place it up, placing it high up on the branch of the coral, or is worth 5 points for the Alliance. As right now we're showing Blue Alliance leading 17-6 in match number 1 of what will be a total of 64 qualifying matches here in Gainesville, Georgia. 22-8, we've got a minute and 30 left to go in the match. S75-38 places some coral. They're trying to place it. It drops off of the trough back onto the ocean floor. The Blue Alliance has coral in their hand, in their paws. They've got it. They're going to try to place it on the high branch. Each one of those high branches worth 5 points apiece as they score another 5 and it's 37-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. 75-38. looking for a piece of coral or the algae. We'll watch and see what's going on there. Keep an eye on that section. 3091, the 100 scholars up against the Alliance wall with the algae and the coral located right beside. And there goes 3815, dropping it down in the trough. They drop it down in the trough, the lower level. It's worth 2 points for an Alliance as 92-60. A Built for Bib Robotics team places another one high up on the coral reef there. That's branch number 4. That's another 5 points for their Alliance. There goes one. Bouncing back off of the barge into the ocean floor one more time. It's floating around, waiting to be collected one more time as we have some cages hanging low and hanging high. We're down to the final end game. Less than 20 seconds left to go. You've heard the sonar beeps as they're trying to locate where they're at on the ocean floor. There goes the robot trying to place algae up on the barge, and they have. Swimming. Forward in the net's worth 4 points for the Alliance as it's 56-8. As the match closes, and it is under review at this time, the referees will be gathering all the information they can, all the data from the sonar and the recording to figure out what the final outcome of this match will be. Once again, match number 1 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches here in Gainesville, Georgia. All right, take a look at the main screen. Let's watch and see what happens as the pieces let go, and it is on the Blue Alliance victorious under the sea with a score of 60-10. 60 points being our high score for the event so far. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at the screen as we have an animation about what this game is and how to play it.
Welcome to the 2025 First Robotics Competition game, Reefscape, presented by Haas. 2 alliances of 3 teams each compete to earn points by harvesting algae, seeding coral on their reef, and returning to their barge to ascend to the ocean's surface. Alliances earn additional rewards for meeting specific scoring thresholds and for cooperating with their opponents. Prior to the start of the match, teams can choose to hang a shallow cage or a deep cage on their barge. Robots start each match at their starting line and may be preloaded with 1 coral. During the first 15 seconds of the match, robots are autonomous and can be programmed to leave the starting line, remove algae from their reef, and place coral on their reef. If all enabled robots on an alliance leave the starting line and score at least 1 coral in auto, the alliance earns the auto ranking point. During the following 2 minutes and 15 seconds of the match, drivers control their robot. Robots can place algae in their net and collect coral from human players at their coral station to place on their reef. Coral placed higher on the reef are worth more points. If an alliance can score enough coral on all 4 levels, they will earn an additional ranking point. Robots can also deliver algae to their processor. Once processed, the algae can be taken by the opposing human player and scored into the net. When 2 algae are delivered to each processor, both alliances earn a co-op point. The co-op point reduces the number of coral needed on the reef to earn the ranking point and influences a team's rank in the tournament. As time runs out, robots race back to their barge to hang on their cage and ascend to the ocean's surface. Points are awarded to robots that can hang on a shallow cage, and even more points are awarded to robots that can hang on a deep cage. An alliance that scores enough barge points will earn the barge ranking point. The alliance that earns the most points overall wins the match.
All right, starting off the red lines for match number 2, Team 4240.
From Doherty Comprehensive High School in Albany, Georgia, it's the Trotec Warriors, sponsored by Doherty County School System, the Doherty County High School, TJM Transportation, Omega Psi Phi Epsilon Chapter, and NEOS.
Joining them, Team 8865.
From Decula High School in Decula, Georgia, it's the Decula Droids, sponsored by Home Depot number 126, Global Service, Titan, and Home Depot number 161.
And completing their alliance, Team 4730.
From Monroe Comprehensive High School in Albany, Georgia, it's the Terminators, sponsored by First, Gear Up, the Argosy Foundation, and DoD STEM.
Over on the Blue Alliance, starting with Team 9496.
From Inspire Carolina, Springdale, North Carolina, it's Link, sponsored by Argosy, Fountain Electric and Services, the McKeithen, Hardin Lumber, and Century Fire Protection.
In the middle, Team 9480.
From Cherokee Bluff High School in Flowery Branch, Georgia, the Gear Bears, sponsored by Vin Marketing, Macmillan James, Piedmont Plastic, the Gene Haas Foundation, Wise Wonger AV, and NASA.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Team 8872.
The Gwinnett NSBE Junior Special Ops from the National Society of Black Engineers, sponsored by the Gwinnett NSBE Junior.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
First 15 seconds of the match. That is the autonomous period where the robots are programmed to do what you see them doing right now. If they can leave the robot starting zone, they'll gain 3 points for their alliance. If they can score on the trough, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points there. All right, now for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the human players have control of the bots as 47-30 is in the reef zone, backing off, looking to collect some more coral from the chute on the side of the coral station area as the human player is placing that coral down onto the robot. There is the Blue Alliance scoring on the high branch of the coral. They're seeding that coral, and that coral scored on the high branch is worth 5 points. Here we go one more time as it falls off into the trough area. 94, 96, reaching high, seeding the top layer of that coral reef right there. Regrowing so more aquatic life will come and enjoy all the nutrients from the coral itself. There's 47-30 dancing around on the Red Alliance side. They're up in the reef zone, dropping a piece of coral, seeding the trough area of the coral reef there. 47-30 again. They're at the reef station, collecting the coral as 94-96 tries again to reach to the top level and scores another 5 points as it's 20-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance with just under 50 seconds left to go in competition for this match. Match number 2 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches. 94-96, their lights ablazing, dropping the coral back down onto the sea floor. All right, watch the action all over the field. A lot of points can be scored. They're moving left and right, up and down, shallow and deep. As it bounces off onto the floor, ocean floor one more time, 47-30 at the reef zone. There's the side, there's the sonar. The barge is trying to figure out where their crafts are at. As 94-96 continues to seed the coral reef for under 20 seconds. That's what that sonar sound indicates. We got 4, 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of qualifying match number 2 of what will be a total of 46 qualifying matches this weekend here in Gainesville, Georgia. All right, let's watch the screen one more time as they let the fish swim, and the Blue Alliance victorious one more time with a score of 29-13. 29-13 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Match number 2.
right, let's start off with match number 3, starting off the red alliance with Team 1746.
From Forsyth Central High School in Cumming, Georgia, Team Auto, sponsored by Forsyth Central High School, Lisa Reed and Family, Automation Direct, Flex Flab, Los Rios Cantina, and the Gene House Foundation. Wow.
Joining them, Team 8736.
A family and community group from Marietta, Georgia, The Mechanisms, sponsored by Spectrum Environmental Services, DOD STEM, East Cobb Rotary, Dow Chemical, The Maker Station, and Lockheed Martin.
And completing the red alliance, Team 6340.
From the Marist School in Atlanta, Georgia, it's the Marist Manatees, sponsored by the Marist School and Colonial Pipeline.
Over on the Blue Alliance, starting with Team 7451.
From the Alliance Academy for Innovation in Cumming, Georgia, Avenger Robotics, sponsored by DOD STEM, Rosati's Pizza, BJ's, the Gene Haas Foundation, Novelis, and Automation Direct.
In the middle, Team 1414.
From the Atlanta International School, it's iHot from Atlanta, Georgia, sponsored by Here Plus Now, Class 1 Technology, ERMI, Rare Disease Research, and Chow Financial.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Team 5293.
From Duluth High School in Duluth, Georgia, it's the Metal Crusaders, sponsored by the Gwinnett County Public Schools, Price Industries, Intuitive Foundation, the Gene Haas Foundation, and Novelis.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off and running in match number 3 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches this weekend. The first 15 seconds is the autonomous mode, where the robots are programmed to do what you see them doing right now. If they move away from the starting position, they gain points. If they can place coral on the reef or score algae in the processors, they gain points as well. Now all the bots are being controlled by the human players, as the human players have decided that they are going to have 2 deep cages and 1 shallow cage from the boss. The human players scoring a piece of algae, some of that algae into the barge trough. That's worth 4 points as they continue. 2 points there. The bots moving 17-46 down in the Blue Alliance zone, doing some defense against the Blue Alliance, trying to keep them from scoring. As IHOT approaches the reef zone, they move down through the processing area with their piece of algae that they have collected off of the reef itself. They shoot and it bounces just a little off to the side. It's now floating down, 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 down to the bottom of the ocean floor. Our Red Alliance, 17-36, has some coral in their possession. Where are they going to place it? Low or high? As a shot is made from the Blue Alliance into the barge trough. That's work. Excuse me. That's work. 4 points. Pouring the algae into the net on top of the barge. There is 63-40, trying to gain 5 points. It bounces off of the upper level, level 4 of the reef. They're beating and banging down there on the Blue Alliance side as a piece of algae flies out of the field zone. Jumped out of the water, collected and placed back onto the field by one of our attendants. IHOT now has the algae in their possession. 63-40 over by the processor. There's the sonar. The barge is looking for those robots under the water at 63-40. Looks like they're going to try to gain 12 points by lifting themselves off the surface of the ocean with their bot. If they can do it, they will successfully gain 12 points. Its arm is maneuvering around, not enough time left. All right, if they can pull themselves off of the ocean floor using the lowest cage, they will be able to gain 12 points for their alliance. At the end of the match, it was tight, but we'll have to see what the referees determine the outcome will be. In match 1 and 2, the Blue Alliance was victorious. Right now, we're showing the Red Alliance leading, but that could change. All right, let's take a look at the screen as the score becomes available. They've opened the gate and the fish is swimming. The Red Alliance victorious with all the red fish swimming around with a score of 34-28. 34-28. And just for your information, the plan is to go through match number 12, take a lunch break, and return to competition at 2 o'clock. Once match number 12 is over with, we will break for lunch, and then we'll be ready to start match number 13 at 2 o'clock.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 4, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 5828.
From Westover Comprehensive High School, it's the Flying Riots from Albany, Georgia, sponsored by Gear Up Dougherty County, the 4C Academy, NEOS, Dougherty County Schools, Georgia Power, and Procter & Gamble.
Joining them, Team 9477.
From Lambert High School in Sewanee, Georgia, it's Lambda. Sponsored by Planet Smoothie, Microsoft, Spark Good, Walmart, Automation Direct, and the Argosy Foundation.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 4188.
From Hardaway High School, Columbus High School, and Northside High School in Columbus, Georgia, it's the Columbus Space Program. Sponsored by Pratt & Whitney, Muskogee County School District, Hyundai Transys, and Aflac.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 1683.
From Northview High School in Johns Creek, Georgia, it's the Techno Titans. Sponsored by the Nordson Corporation, PMMI, General Motors, Rockwell Automation, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
Team 1833.
It's a family and community group from Cumming, Georgia, Team Beam, sponsored by Advanced Instrument Technologies, Goldview by MRI, Microsoft, and Automation Direct.
And Team 4189.
From Jackson County 4-H and Jefferson High School in Jefferson, Georgia, it's the Jefferson Robotics Team, sponsored by Jackson EMC, Toyota Air Compressor, Georgia, Core EPC, Hometown Dentistry, and Howell Orthodontics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off with qualification match number 4 of 64 matches this weekend. As the bots are doing a 2C programmed by the human players. They score points. And the human players now have control of the bots as we move up and down the field. Sorry about that, folks. A lot of action taking place as 1833 Team B drops that coral down on the coral reef and it bounces off into the surface of the ocean floor. They're trying one more time as 1833 up on the level 4 of the reef. That's worth 5 points. Scored on the level 4 branch. The gates are swinging below the barge on the Red Alliance side. The anchors are holding it in place. As the bots continue to try to score points, the Columbus Space Program has coral in their possession. They're trying to place it on the level 1 branch, level 2 branch for, 3 points. Scoring in the trough, which is the bottom part of the reef there, they get 2 points. If they can score on that second level, they get 3. Scoring on the 3rd branch, worth 4, and if they can get all the way up to the top, they score 5 points apiece. As it's 29-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. 1833 scoring another 5 points for their alliance on the level 4 branch as they're seeding that coral reef. The more they can load that coral reef up, the more we'll be able to see more sea creatures, seahorses, angelfish, all types of creatures under the ocean, under the sea. As 9477 looks like they're headed for the reef zone, the area around that reef head right there that they're trying to seed and populate with all kinds of fish and other creatures. The Blue Alliance is loading it as we're down to under 20 seconds. The sonar goes off. The barge is trying to figure out where their robots are at. 1633 grabbing a hold of the deep cage. Going to try to lift themselves up off of the floor. They can do that. They can completely lift themselves off of the surface of the ocean floor. They will gain 12 points. That's kind of hard to do right there. As in the low level right there in the deep end, it kind of has a tendency to fluctuate a lot. Swing around. A little more unstable, the lower it gets in the ocean. here we go one more time, and it is the Blue Alliance victorious in match number 4. 82-11, with 82 now being the high score for the event.
All right, it's time for match number 5, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 9561.
From Dawson County High School in Dawsonville, Georgia, it's the Dawson Dino Nuggets, sponsored by Estelle Rose Design, Insight, and NASA.
Joining them, Team 3318.
From the Gwinnett School of Math, Science, and Technology in Lawrenceville, Georgia, it's the Robo Dragons, sponsored by GCPS, NASA Robotics Alliance Project.
And diving with them, Team 5608.
From Lassiter High School in Marietta, Georgia, it's Lassiter Robotics, sponsored by Cotton State Properties, AIG, Intercontinental Exchange, and Lockheed Martin.
On the Blue Alliance team, 10,006.
It's the homeschool group from Lawrenceville, Georgia, Lunar Robotics, sponsored by Hack Club and NASA.
In the middle, team 7104.
From the Benedictine Military School in Savannah, Georgia, it's the Bach Brothers, sponsored by JIT Logistics, DoD STEM, Keith and Diane Parker, Savannah Home Inspections, Land South, and Coastal Cancer Care.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance is team 5109.
From Johns Creek High School in Johns Creek, Georgia, it's Gladiator Robotics, sponsored by Johns Creek High School PTSA, Berry Bar Acai Bowl, PCEMT, the Gilroy Firm, and Holloway Consulting.
All right, the field is green. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the first 15 seconds of the match are programmed by the human players. Bots that move from their starting position gain 3 points. They can score coral, they can get anywhere from 3 to 7 points. They can process the algae, they can gain anywhere from 4 to 6 points in that. Now the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as we scour the ocean floor looking for coral or trying to see that coral reef there, trying to bring back the aquatic life, trying to build back the coral reefs. As 33-18 with that piece of coral in their possession, drops it on the trough, worth 2 points. 71-04, the Mott brothers, they're at the trough as well. They look like they placed one on the lower branch. Level 1, that's worth 3 points. Level 2, level 1 is the trough. Level 2 is that first branch that you see close to the bottom. In the middle is the level 3 branch, and the high branch is known as the level 4 branch. It's worth 5 points if the bots can score there. Another piece of coral going into the trough level of the coral reef. As 33-18 places another one in there. That's worth 2 points apiece. It's now 30-5 in favor of the Red Alliance with just under 1 minute and 5 seconds left to go in the tournament play. 56-08, the Lassiter Robotics team has that coral in their possession as their teammate, 33-18, drops another one in the trough. A lot of points scored in the trough right now for the Red Alliance. 71-04, the Bott brothers at the coral reef in the reef zone, dropping one onto the surface floor. The Red Alliance scoring left and right in the trough, 2 points for every piece of coral that they place in there. It's now 42-5 with 25 seconds left to go. In just a moment, you'll hear that sonar beep. That's where the barge is looking for the robots. Trying to collect the robots as the Blue Alliance has their cages anchored shallow. If the robots can grab a hold of that and pull themselves off of the surface of the floor, they can gain 6 points on the shallow cage. On the deep cage, the one closest to the ocean surface, if they can pull themselves off the floor with that one, they'll gain 12 points. As match number 5 of 64 has just been completed. Once again, we will be playing through to match number 12 and taking a lunch break after match number 12. No matter what time we end, we will restart the competition at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock this afternoon. After match number 12 is over with, we will restart the competition at 2 o'clock this afternoon, so keep that in mind. All right, here we go. They're fixing to open the cages for the switch. There he goes. We let it fly, and the redfish are swimming hard on in the ocean, coming towards the reef with a score of 51-9. 51-9. All right.
right, it's time for match number 6 on the Red Alliance team, 95-22.
From Flowery Branch High School in Flowery Branch, Georgia, Archimedes, sponsored by NASA, AMS, Addictive Motorsports, Argyll, Butch's Chick-fil-A, and the Gene Haas Foundation.
Joining them, team 6340.
Marist Manatee.
And completing their submerged, team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
On the Blue Alliance team, 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
Team 6712.
From North Murray High School in Chatsworth, Georgia, it's the Mountaineers, sponsored by Hobby House, Sylvia Clark, Matco Manufacturing, Tractor Supply, Southland MD, and Shaw.
And team 3091.
The 100 Scholars.
All right, all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in qualifying match number 6 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches here this weekend in Gainesville, Georgia. As the bots move, they score, they move away from the starting position, they process algae, they place coral on the reef. They gain a lot of points. It's now 10-3 coming out of autonomous as the human players now have control of the bots. the humans play for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as we have the bots moving around the field, both the blue and white. The Avenger Robotics team, 7451, are at the coral reef placing a piece of coral and the level 2 branch. That was worth 3 points. For the Blue Alliance at 6340 places 1 on the level 4 branch. That's worth 5 points for the Red Alliance as it's 15-6 with a minute 44 left to go in the competition of this match. Hear a lot of noise up there in the crowd. They're getting excited about the events we're seeing. A lot of action under the sea here in Gainesville. 7451 backing away from the reef zone as their alliance partner on the other side, I can't see who it is, approaches the reef zone with a piece of coral, trying to place it high for 5 points. It looks like they're going to make it. 67-12, trying to place it up there. Let's cheer them on, folks. They're trying to get it up on level 4. If they can get it up on level 3, it'll be worth 4. If they can get it up on level 5, it'll be worth 5. As the Red Alliance on this end, 6340. That's the Marist Manatees swimming their way to the reef, and they've got it on level 4. That's worth 5 points as it's 27-9 in favor of the Red Alliance right now, with just under 40 seconds left to go. 7451, the Avenger Robotics team next to the reef for the Red Alliance as they move back to their side of the ocean floor. 6340 passes under that shallow cage over to the processing area as it looks like they're going to try to lift themselves off of the surface of the ocean. If they can do that from the low hanging chain from the cage there, they can lift themselves up off the floor. They'll gain 12 from the low end. We're looking to see. It looks like 7451 is hanging from the low. That would be worth 12 points if it was successful. They have to be fully off of the surface of the floor with their body. Nothing, including wires or any other attachments, can be touching the floor surface in order to gain those points. But that's not a call for me. That's for the referees. Match number 6 of 64 now complete as we await the final results to see what color the fish will be on the newly completed reefs. Please remember, if you do have a hotspot running at this time, it could interfere with the operation of the robots. All right, please remember when you're in the stands, there are folks behind you. If you stand in front by the pipe and drake, those behind you may not be able to see the action on the field. So please be courteous of those behind you and not stand by the pipe and drake. Thank you. All right, here we go. Let's take a look and see what color the fish will be that are released out onto the reef. It's the Red Alliance victorious in match number 6, 46-23.
All right, let's start introducing match number 7, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 8865.
Innovation Robotics.
Joining them, Team 9477.
Lambda.
And diving with the Red Alliance, Team 8866.
The Vacula Droids. I got that backwards, but that's okay.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 1746.
Team Auto.
Team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
And Team 4730.
The Terminators.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And again, the first 15 seconds are controlled by the human players. If they can leave their starting station, they gain 3 points apiece. And we saw that on the Red Alliance. All right, as the score goes back and forth, we're going to come out of the autonomous the first 15 seconds with the Blue Alliance leading 9-6 at 2 minutes, 12 seconds left to go. We've got a lot of action that can take place, a lot of scoring opportunities. Scoring in the lower trough, right there along the top of that platform that you see in the middle, below the purple colored branches. Those are worth 2 points if they can drop coral in there. The coral are the cylindrical pieces that you see them playing with. Now, also, you can also see those little blue-green looking spherical features out there on the field. They call them algae, and they can collect those off of the reef. They can score them in the net on top of the barge, or they can go to the processor on the side. With 1:27 left to go, it's neck and neck. Its score is 16-13 in favor of the Red Alliance. As the Blue Bot trying to pick up a piece of algae. Moving over towards the processor area. They've got it in their possession. Team 4188, the Columbus Space Program. They're over at the processor area. They drop one into the processor. Placing it in the processor gives them 6 points right now. And the human player scores 4 points in the top with that piece of algae that was processed. It's 21-21, neck and neck as we're down to 50 seconds left to go as the Red Alliance moves ahead with another 5 points placed on level 4 branch. The Red Alliance also scoring in the net as well. That's worth 4 points as it's 36-25 with 36 seconds left to go. '94, 77, 88. 65 bouncing off of each other as they try to score high on level 4. That'll be worth 5 points if they can be successful. The sonar sounds we're down to under 20 seconds at 17:46. Grabs is trying to grab that shallow cage underneath the barge. If they can lift themselves off the floor, that'll gain them 6 points. There's another piece of algae being processed into the net on the barge. Another 4 points for the Blue Alliance there at the end. As match number 7 comes to completion. Remember, we will be playing through match number 12 and breaking for lunch. We will be breaking for lunch after match number 12. That will then cue match number 13 to start at 2 o'clock. Whatever time we finish match number 12, match number 13 will start at 2 o'clock. Here we go. Let's see what the color of the fish will be released out onto the reef from that match. And it is the Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 47-39. 47-39 as the Red Alliance scored 25 points in coral, 14 points on the algae. And they were able to gain 2 points on the barge. There were no penalties in that match. Match number 7 complete.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 8, starting off on the Red Alliance team, 58-28.
The Flying Riots.
Joining them, team 14-14.
Hot.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 75-38.
Metal Mountain.
On the Blue Alliance team, 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
And team 9480.
The Gear Bears. Do we have an LRI at the field area? LRI at the field area.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 8 is now in autonomous mode. What you see is what you get from the human program robots. As they move away from their starting position, they can gain 3 points apiece. At the end of the autonomous period is now 2 minutes and 15 seconds. The human players have control of the box. As 58-28, the Flying Riot move into the Blue Alliance side of the field. 94-80, holding steady below their barge at the low cage. The deep cage. 75-38, that's the Meadow Mountain team over at the coral station, where the human player drops the coral down to the robot through the chute. They pick it up, they move to the reef zone. They're in the reef zone right now. They're going to try to place that coral into the trough, and they did. That's worth 2 points for the Red Alliance as 56-08 is battling it out with the Red Alliance bot on that side of the field. They're at the trough. They drop it down on the lower level, level number 2. That's worth 3 points forward on the level 2 branch, as it's 9-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. Make that 9-8 with 1:10 left to go in the match. 58-28 at the coral station. I'm sorry, I'm 75-38 at the coral station. They picked up that piece of coral, placing it in the trough. That's worth another 2 points for the Red Alliance as they close the gap on the Blue Alliance. They now have 10 to the Blue Alliance 15. 56-08 dancing with 58-28 on the Blue Alliance side of the ocean. 75-38 trying to place it on the 3rd level, but it fell to the trough level, back to the sea floor. There's 56-08 picking up another piece of coral from the coral station. The human player slid it down the chute to the robot. At 58-28, trying to keep 56-08 from scoring. That sonar sound means that we are down to under 20 seconds, as the score is now 36-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance. The bots can, in the last 20 seconds, grab hold of the cages. Anchored to the barge, they can lift themselves up off of the floor. It has to be completely off of the floor level in order to gain 12 points for their alliance. The referees will take a look at that. It's 42-16 at the end of the match with 75-38. Can't tell right now if they're completely off the sea floor. If they are, they might get those 12 points, which could help them close the gap on the Blue Alliance. Once again, we will be playing through match number 12. Whatever time match number 12 ends, we will be breaking for lunch, returning to play at 2 o'clock. If you're scheduled for match number 13, you need to make sure that you have plans to be back out on the field at 2 o'clock to resume competition. they're getting ready to release the fish one more time into the reef areas, and it is the blue fish being released this time as they're victorious in the match with a score of 46-20.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 9, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
Joining them, Team 8872.
Gwinnett and SBE.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 4240.
The Trotec Warriors.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
And 8736.
The Mechanism.
All right, all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in match number 9. 9 of what will be a total of 64 qualifying matches. We're in autonomous now. The first 15 seconds of the match, the action is programmed by the human players. And hopefully, the robots will respond the way they're programmed to. Now, for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the human players have control of the bots as they travel the ocean floor, picking up coral to seed the reef, harvesting the algae, processing the algae. There's 7104, the Bot Brothers, placing a piece of coral onto the trough level, but it bounced off back onto their robot. 9260 is looking for a piece of algae. They're pushing it around as 5293 is at the reef. They're on level 3. It drops off and falls into the trough area. 9260 has a piece of algae. They've collected it off of the reef. They're taking it over to the processing area. The processor now has the algae. That's worth a total of, excuse me, that's worth a total of 4 points. 6 points, I'm sorry, as they process the algae. 9260 is looking for another piece. They've got 2 pieces of algae. Algae is those blue-green looking spherical features out there. And here we go, the human player takes the algae, launches it up into the air and onto the barge for 4 points apiece. All right, now 8736. They're at the coral station picking up coral, heading back to the reef zone to try to seed the reef. They're looking to go high for 5 points if they can get it up. On level 4 is 7104. Places 1 on level 2, worth 3 points. 8736 was successful in placing it on level 4. As the sonar sounds, the barge is looking for their bots. They have cages anchored beneath. The Red Alliance has all of their cages in the shallow zone, while the Blue Alliance has theirs deep in the ocean waters. The goal, approach those cages and lift themselves off of the surface of the ocean floor to gain either 6 or 12 points depending on which level they were at. If they were on the shallow end, that would have been worth 6. On the deep end, it's worth 12 points for the Alliance. Match number 9 now complete, as we are going to have 64 total qualifying matches this weekend here in Gainesville, Georgia. All right, and let's see the color of the fish that they release into the ocean around the reef determines who the victory was given to, and that is the Blue Alliance, with a score of 51-13. Our high score for the match so far is match number 82, all the way back in qualification match number 4.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 10, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 832.
Oscar!
Joining them, Team 4189.
Jefferson Robotics Team.
And completing the Red Alliance, a 5-digit letter, so I don't know how to say it, 10,006. I'm just going to take silence.
Lunar Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
In the middle, Team 1833.
Team Bean.
In 3318.
The Robo Dragon.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And once again, in autonomous we go as the bots move, gaining 3 points for moving from their original starting position. If they score coral, they gain points as well. It's now 9-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance as we finish the autonomous period. Now human players take control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as they move all over the ocean floor, gathering and harvesting the algae, placing coral to seed the reef. We're seeing coral being seeded by 1833 on the high branch number 4. That's worth 5 points as it spins around up there. 4189, placing the second one on the high level. That's the Jefferson Robotics team. That's 10 points right there, real quick for the Red Alliance, as 4189 has another one, dropping it on level 4 as well, another 5 points. They can score it on branch 4. That's the high portion of the coral reef. That's worth 5 points. If they score it on level 3 in the middle, that's worth 4 points. And if they get it on the low branch, that's worth 2. Down below that low branch is a trough. If they can score it in the trough, it'll be worth 2 points for each robotic score. As the bots move back and forth, 832 Oscar trying to play defense, trying to keep the Blue Alliance out of that coral station to collect that coral to score on the reef. As it's now 50-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance with just under 1 minute left to go. 4189 dancing up. They're approaching the reef zone as Oscar is underneath the barge, mixed up in the cages under the barge. The cages are anchored deep or they're anchored shallow. It looks like all of the cages for this match have been anchored low to the ocean floor. 3318 dancing around the piece of algae, looking to try to collect it. As they dance around, they're spinning on the ocean floor. The currents may be affecting their drivability there. As 6712 pushes a piece of algae into the Red Alliance zone. They're all for the Blue Alliance at the cages. All the cages are low, close to the surface floor. If they can grab hold of those cages, lift themselves off of the ocean floor, they'll be able to gain 12 points for each one, as 1833 is off of the ocean floor. But remember, they have to be completely off of the surface of the ocean floor in order to gain those 12. It's rocking around. That rocking motion at the end of the match could cost them that 12 points. That's up for the referees to make that determination. All right. That was match number 10 of 64. And remember, after match number 12, we will be breaking for lunch, returning to competition at 2 o'clock this afternoon. On the Blue Alliance, they were also rocking and rolling over there on the lower cage. If you are going to be in match number 13, remember, you need to be ready for competition at 2 o'clock, which means you probably need to be in the queuing area at around 1:45. All right. It looks like they're getting ready to release the fish one more time to the coral reefs. And it looks like this time it's going to be the Blue Alliance victorious with a score of 78-24. Just a little bit shy of our high score, which was in match number 4. A total of 82 points was scored during that match.
All right, let's start off match number 11, starting off with the Red Alliance team, 95-61.
The Dawson Dino Nuggets.
Joining them, team 1683.
The Techno Titans.
And submerging with them, team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
Over on the Blue Alliance team, 1414.
High Hot.
Team 9496.
Link.
And team 9522.
Archimedes.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we are off in autonomous in match number 11 of 64 total qualifying matches as the Red Alliance moves away from their starting zone, gaining 3 points apiece for the robot and also gaining some points for scoring on the reef. If they can leave their starting zone, they get 3 points. They score a coral in the low trough and get 3 points. They get 4 to 7 points for scoring on the other branches. As 6340 has approached the reef zone, they pull a piece of algae off of the coral reef. They're going to look like they're going to process it. Here comes another one off, as one has already been processed for the Blue Alliance. They've already processed it and scored 4 points in the net. That was a total of 10-point swing right there for the Blue Alliance. They get 6 points for scoring in the processor and 4 points for scoring in the net. The human player will pull it out of the processor and then toss it into the net for those points. As the Red Alliance scores each one of those cylindrical objects that you see that look like PVC piping, when they're scored, they're worth 5 points on level 4. That's the upper level of that reef, as it looks like the total reef has been covered almost on the Blue Alliance, as it's 67 to 27. Our high score so far was in match number 4. It was 82. We may be able to beat that in this match, as we still have just over 1 minute left to compete. There goes another attempt. There's another 5 points for the Red Alliance, scored by 6340. The Marist Manatees has 94-96, scores on level 2. That's worth 3 points for the Blue Alliance. They continue to fill up the reef. They're going to try to see that entire reef during this match, as it's now 81 to 39. We may have a new high score in this match if it continues, as 94-96 has pulled another piece of algae off of the reef. Each one of those round spherical objects that are blue, green in color that are processed in the processor are worth 6 points for the Alliance. We have 2 already scored, 3 already scored for the Blue Alliance. That sonar sound indicates that we're under 20 seconds as 1683 approaches the low anchored cage along with 6340. They can lift themselves off of the surface of the ocean floor. They will gain 12 points for that maneuver. 1683 is dangling there. If at the end of the match they're not touching any part of the ocean floor, they may be awarded 12 points for that maneuver. Match number 11 now completed, as we await the final results to see what color fish are going to be released to the reef. Once again, after match number 12, we will be breaking for lunch and coming back to competition at 2 o'clock. If you're in match number 13, 14, or 15, you need to be prepared to be on the field or in queuing. All right, let's see what the score finalized is for the match number 11 as they're going to release the Bluefish into the ocean. Blue Alliance wins with a new high score of 104-60.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 12, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 9561.
Uh-oh, hang on just a second.
Joining them, Team 1683.
Dawson Dino Nuggets, Techno Time. Was that the last match? Have we... Hang on a second.
And completing the Red Alliance Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics. It changed in the middle for you there, Monish.
Over on the Blue Alliance, Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
Team 4240.
The Trotec Warriors.
And Team 9477.
Lambda. All right, don't forget, after this match is completed, we will be taking a break for lunch. If you're in match number 13, you need to be prepared to be out on the field about 1:45. We will return to competition at 2 o'clock after match number 12 has been completed.
right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off in autonomous as all of the bots move away from their starting zone. 3 points apiece for each one of the red bots. As 3 seconds left to go in autonomous, it is 9-3 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now the human players take control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of tele-operated play. The humans are controlling the bots, 94-77. That's the Lambda team looking to try to pull or harvest a piece of algae off of the coral reef there. They're going to try to place it in the processor. That will be worth 6 points, but 88-65, the Dacula droids trying to put in a blocking maneuver. 94-77, as that algae in their possession. Looks like they're going to try to do something with it. Keep an eye on it. If they can score it in a processor, it'll be worth 6 points. If they can launch it up into the net, it would be worth 4 points. As it's bouncing along the field. As you can see in the middle of the field, there's a barge. And underneath the barge are anchored some cages. The shallow anchored cages are there for a reason, as well as the deep anchored cages. If the robots at the end of the match can lift themselves off of the surface of the ocean floor using those cages, they can gain anywhere from 6 to 12 points for their alliance. As the 100 scholars on the Blue Alliance side at the reef zone for the Blue Alliance, 38-15, is maneuvering around. That's the North Forsyth Raiders. We've got 5608 at the reef zone, scoring a piece of coral on level 2 branch. That's worth 3 points. As 94-77 approaches the processor, they're going to try to process that algae into something useful as it moves down the chute. The human player grabs hold of the algae. They've got another one. Looks like they're going to try to do that as well. That sonar sound indicates that we're down to under 20 seconds in the match, as it's 27-9 in favor of the Red Alliance now, as the Red Alliance scores 2 more pieces of algae in the net worth 4 points apiece, as it's 35-15. We're down to 3, 2, 1, and that's the end of qualification match number 12. Once again, don't forget, we will be breaking for lunch at this time. If you're in match number 13, you need to be ready to be on the field about 1:45, 1:50. Queuing needs to be where match number 14 and 15 are at that same time. We will restart competition at 2 o'clock this afternoon. And here we go. What color fish are going to be released into the reef this time? It is the Red Alliance victorious, as the fish are swimming around the reef with a score of 41-19. Once again, we'll see you back for competition at 2 o'clock. If you're in match number 13, you need to be ready to be in competition at 2 o'clock, meaning you need to be in the queuing area about 1:45. Match number 14 and 15, you need to be in the queuing area as well. We will restart the competition at 2 o'clock. Please remember, if you are in match number 13, you should be in the queuing area. Match number 13 should be in the queuing area, ready to come out on the field to start competition at 2 o'clock. Monish, Sonit, y'all in the house?
All right, starting match number 13 on the Red Alliance is Team 832.
Oscar.
In the middle, Team 5828.
The Flying Riots.
And Team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8872.
Special Ops.
Joining them, Team 4730.
Terminators.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
All right, all thumbs are up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we are in match number 13 of 64 as 8866 goes from the starting position up against the reef. 832 Oscar moves off the starting line as well. That's 3 points apiece for each one of those in autonomous. As we continue to rock and roll on the field. All right, 8866 is bouncing off of the reef. They've got that piece of coral in their hand. They're going to try to seed it. They are seeding the coral reef. They have seeded it on level 4. That's worth 5 points. All right, we have 832 Oscar over at the coral station collecting the seeding elements to build the coral reef as the Blue Alliance, team number 8866, the Innovation Robotics team, moves over to the coral station on their side, collecting that coral. They've got it high, and they place it on level 4 branch. That's worth 5 points, as it's 18-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:30 left to go. 8872 bouncing around in their end at the coral zone, trying to pick up some more of those seeding elements, those coral branches, to load up that reef, make it grow, get some fish and other sea creatures around that, as another one is placed by Innovation Robotics team. DIP-EQ is the name of the robot for the Innovation Robotics team. Now they have algae in their possession. They have processed the algae. That is worth 6 points for the Blue Alliance, as it's 38-3 in favor of the Blue Alliance at this time, as Oscar is at the coral station, along with 6712, the Mountaineers on the other side, trying to pick up those coral seeding elements to build that reef. on their side of the alliance. And there goes the Innovation Robotics team again. They're in level 3. They're gained another 4 points for their alliance. It's 46-7 with 26 seconds left to go in match number 13 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches here this weekend. There's the sonar sound. They're looking for the robots on the seafloor, trying to figure out where they're at as Oscar moves to the anchored cage, anchored shallow, trying to pull themselves off of the ocean floor to gain 6 points for their alliance if they can do that as the Innovation Robotics team heads over towards their end, and they run out of time. They were looking for the low level, the deep cage, anchored to their barge. Had they been able to lift themselves up off of the ocean floor, they would have gained 12 points for their alliance. That's match number 13 of what will be a total of 64 qualifying matches here in Gainesville, Georgia. We're scheduled to play 44 matches today. 44 is the magic number we're looking for this afternoon. All right, here we go. They're opening the gates and releasing the blue fish, indicating that the Blue Alliance was victorious in that match with a score of 62-9.
All right, beginning match number 14 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 1683.
The Techno Titan.
In the middle, Team 10006.
Lunar Robotics.
And Team 9496.
Link.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 9522.
Archimedes.
Joining them, Team 1833.
Team Bean.
And completing their alliance, Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
All right, the field is green. We have all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 15, Autonomous, in action as the bots move away from their starting position. They gain 3 points for doing that. If they can score coral, they gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points, depending on which level they scored on. As for the Red Alliance, each one of those scored on level 4 branch was worth 7 points apiece during Autonomous, as they are now in the lead, 34-10 over the Blue Alliance with just over 2 minutes left to go. The human players now have control of the robots, and that lasts for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. As you see the action taking place on the field, 52-93 bounces off the reef zone back and forth as 1683 dances around the algae. It's slippery. All right, they continue to bounce to and fro as 95-22. 94-96, collecting that algae and moving over to the coral zone, bringing it off the reef as they go to place some more pieces on top of the reef. Level 4, the top level, that's worth 5 points apiece. That's called a branch. Level 3, the third branch, is worth 4 points. And down at the bottom, the lower branch is worth 3 points. There's a little trough in front of the lower branch right there. If they can place the coral pieces into that, they get 2 points for that. There is 1833. That's Team Bean placing another one high atop level 4 branch. That gives them another 5 points as it's 67-48 right now. 1833, the Bean team. They're scoring another one high. There it is. Another 5 points. It is now 70-53. We got 30 seconds left to go. Our high score in the event was 104. We might still be able to top that in this match with all the scoring opportunities available out there. 1833 with 20 seconds left to go. Moves towards the deep anchored cage located on their side of the field. If they can pull themselves up off of, oh my goodness, they fell down right there, back to the ocean floor. That cage is rocking and rolling. They have to be careful as we're down to 2 seconds left to go. If they'd have been able to successfully hang on to that cage and lift themselves off of the surface of the floor, surface of the sea, they would have been, boy, I'm getting my tongue tied here. If they'd have been able to get themselves off of the ocean floor, they would have been able to gain 12 points for their alliance. Match number 14 of 64. Now complete. As we await the final score, we'll see what color the fish are that are released into the reef area, the reef zone. All right, it looks like they're getting ready to place the fish into the ocean, and it's the red fish that show up this time, indicating the Red Alliance was victorious with a score of 90-60 in match number 14. Once again, we'll be playing through to match number 44 today. 44 will have 20 additional matches tomorrow here in Gainesville, Georgia.
Introducing the Red Alliance for match number 15, starting with 9561.
The Dawson Dino Nuggets.
Team 1746.
Team Auto.
And 8736.
The Mechanism.
On the Blue Alliance, you have Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Joining them, Team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics. Just as an FYI, if anybody would like some of the carpet from the event, it will be available this after the event is over with, I have been told. You need to go speak with someone over in pit admin about possibly getting some carpet. There are some requirements if you want to take the carpet home with you.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Qualification match number 15 now underway in autonomous. As 9260 moves forward, they're moving towards, they're at the coral reef. If they can score on the coral reef, they'll gain some additional points. Got 2 seconds left to go. It's currently tied at 6 apiece as the human players now take control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 9260, the Built for Bib Robotics team. They're up looking at branch number 4 of that coral reef, trying to place that piece on the coral reef and successfully do so at 5 points for their alliance, as it's now 11-6 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 687-36, the Mechanisms has a piece of that algae in their possession. They're raising it up. They're going to try to score it in the net, placing it on the barge. There's 4 points for the Red Alliance, as it's 10 for the red, 17 for the blue, with just over a minute and a half left to go. We've got another piece of algae scored in the net as well for the Red Alliance, as it's now 23-14 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with a minute and 20 seconds left to go. There we go. There's another one scored by 87-36. 4, 8, 12. Looks like maybe 16 points there on the Red Alliance as they continue to score that processed algae. Look at there. There's another one going up. Is it 20 points up there in the top? There's 20 points up top right now. 5 pieces of algae. Algae is that blue-green spherical object located on the field, either on the reef, in the net, on the barge, or on the surface of the floor. 41-88, dancing around with 17-46 on the Red Alliance side as 87-36 places another one on the barge, but it bounces off back onto the ocean and sinks down to the floor level. 17-46 in the Blue Alliance side with 20 seconds left to go. The sonar is trying to find out where the bots are at as another 4 points is scored by 87-36. 4, 8, 12, 16, 24, looks like 24 points in the barge. The Red Alliance should be credited possibly with a ranking point for scoring greater than 14 points on their barge. All different kind of strategies placed out as we've seen the reef filled. We've now seen the barge filled up with algae. We've seen algae processed, seen robots come off the bottom of the ocean floor onto the cages, either low, deep in the ocean, or shallow up close to the barge. Match number 15 of 64 now complete. As we await the final results, looking on the screen, it looks like it'll be close, but that was just at the end of the match what was recorded. There could be some additional points added or taken away depending on what the discussions are. All right, here's the score. Who's gonna get the Blue Alliance victorious in match with a score of 39-34. As we see that the Blue Alliance was a recipient of 12 penalty points, which helped push them over the Red Alliance in that match.
All right, introducing match number 16 on the Red Alliance team, 95-61.
95-61 is what? Hang on a second.
Team 1746.
We're not preloaded yet, Sonnet.
They're not, hold on, they're not preloaded yet.
Oh, never mind. I'm blaming Monish for that one.
You can blame me for that one. I told you to go ahead. I wasn't paying attention. But then we'll blame the FTAs on that too. Or the AFTs or the whatevers.
All right. Introducing the real match 16, Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
Team 3318.
Robo Dragons.
And 9480.
The Gear Bears.
On the Blue Alliance is Team 4189.
The Jefferson Robotics Team.
Joining them, Team 7538.
Metal Mountain.
And completing their alliance, Team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in autonomous. Match number 16. As the bots move away from their starting area, they gain 3 points apiece. If they can score points on the reef, they gain additional points. Anywhere from 3 to 7 points if they can score on the reef in the middle of the field. All right, dead center between both alliances is a barge with a net. They can score points up there after processing or even without being processed. Just pick them up and toss them into that net worth 4 points apiece. Over here on the Blue Alliance, 7451, the Avenger Robotics team scores an algae for 6 points, and now it's placed in the net. That's worth 4. As it's 25-8 in favor of the Blue Alliance with just under a minute 45 left to go. 74-51 Avenger Robotics at the reef. 75-38 playing defense against 33-18, trying to keep that coral from being scored on the reef. There goes 74-51 picking up another piece of algae up that reef, dropping it onto the surface of the ocean floor. Got a lot of algae on the floor right now, kind of like going to Panama City Beach after a windstorm or a thunderstorm. There we go, 7104 now has a piece of algae in their possession. Moving over towards the processing zone with 7538 trying to stop them. 7104 now at the processing zone with their second piece. As the Blue Alliance is also processed too. 6 points apiece for that. They'll get some co-opetition points, I believe, for that as well. There goes in the Blue Alliance. A lot of action out on the field. It's hard to keep up with what's going everywhere. That's 74-51. There goes another one for the Blue Alliance into the trough. And the trough gets 2 points at 74-51. Approaches the deep cage anchored to the deep cage anchored to the blue barge. If 74-51 can lift themselves up off the surface of the ocean floor in the next 9 seconds, they will be able to gain themselves 12 points for their alliance. As they're coming up off of the surface, they have to be fully off of the surface and not touching at the end of the match in order to gain those 12 points. Wow, what a match. of the match. And here we go in the last match. The Red Alliance victorious with a score of 60 to 55. 60 to 55. The Red Alliance, the Blue Alliance did get the auto ranking points as well as the barge ranking points. The Red Alliance picked up 3 ranking points for being victorious in that match. The cooperation bonus was also activated during that match.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 17, starting off on the Red Alliance with team 5828.
The Flying Riots.
Joining them, team 8872.
Special Ops.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 1683.
The Techno Titans.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 832.
Oscar.
Team 6712.
the Mountaineers.
And Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
All right, we've got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 17, autonomous. As the bots move forward, they gain 3 points for leaving their starting position. If they can score on the coral reef, they gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points, depending on where they place at coral. If they can score algae, they get even more. And now the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as the action starts on the ocean floor, stirring up the dirt and the dust and the sand at the bottom of the sea. 88-72 at the reef zone. Looks like they're trying to place a piece of coral. 63-40. That's the Marist Manatees. They're going to try to place that piece on top of the coral reef. That would have been worth 5 points had they been able to do that. At 16-83, the Techno Titans score high in level 4, branch number 4 for the Red Alliance. It's 13-10 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now, as we're right at 1 minute and 30 seconds left to go in this competition match. Oscar playing defense down there at the coral zone. As 88-72, the Special Ops team trying to score as well. On the Blue Alliance, a lot of action taking place as algae's bouncing around. 63-40, the Marist Manatees have that seeding coral in their possession, trying to build that reef. Drop it down, it falls off of the reef shelf, down onto the ocean floor. 8-32, Oscar on their side of the field now, dancing around at 67-12. Has a little trouble scoring as well. Here comes 63-40, plays it high, it falls down into the trough level area for 2 points. 16-83, they're at the low cage. That's hanging from the barge. It's anchored on the barge. They'll try to lift themselves up off of the surface of the seafloor. If they can do that and maintain it for the remaining 23 seconds, they'll be able to gain 12 points for their alliance. They have to be completely off of the floor with nothing, no part of their robot touching the surface of the ocean floor. That includes wiring, bumpers, wood, anything. At 63-40, with 1 second left to go, lift themselves up off of the ocean floor. That could be a 12-pointer right there. Could be the difference in the match. As we have completed match number 17 of what will be 64. 44 today, 20 tomorrow. Under the Sea, the Blue Alliance wins. Under the Sea, 33-26. The Blue Alliance gains 1 barge ranking point along with 3 ranking points for the victory.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 18, starting off the Red Alliance team, 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
Joining them, team 9561.
Dawson Dino Nuggets.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 9522.
Archimedes.
Over on the Black Alliance, we have Team 1833.
Team Bean.
Team 4240.
The Trotec Warriors.
And 8736.
The Mechanisms.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in autonomous one more time. Match number 18 of what will be a total of 64 qualifying matches this weekend. 87-36 and 42-40. They move out of their position, 88-66. Hold and steady as they move now. The robots are controlled by the human players. Innovation Robotics team. They're spinning around, headed towards the reef zone as 42-40. Patrotech. All right, Trotech Warriors trying to play a little bit of defense against 88-66, who scores 5 points high on the reef. 18-33 scoring high as well. The number level 4 branch. That's 5 more points. Scoring high. 88-66 countering that with their own 5 points on level 4. 18-33 spun around and got another piece of coral, and now they're trying it one more time at 17-36. 87-36 tried to do the same thing, dropped down to the ocean floor. 88-66 with another piece of coral headed towards the reef. Placing it high atop level 4 for another 5 points as 18-33 does the same. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 on the Blue Alliance. Here comes 35 right there at 5 points apiece. If they can successfully do that, there it is. They lit up green as they did that. 88-66 headed toward the coral zone, the coral station. They pick up another piece of coral from the human player on the side, sliding it down the chute as 87-36 has another one bounce off the reef into the coral floor, the ocean floor. 18-33 with another one placed high for 5 points, and there is 88-66, the Innovation Robotics team. It's hanging on up there on the top. And knock it over and go score another one. There's another 5. It's 87-36 does the same thing. 18-33 on the low chain. It's anchored low. That'll get them 12 points if they can stay in that position without touching the surface of the ocean floor there. That'll gain them an additional 12 points as they're already ahead 62-49. Whoa, 88-66 spinning around underneath the shallow nets. Shallow cages there on the barge. What a match. 18 of 64 now completed as we await the results and the release of the colored fish, the multicolored fish, the blue or the red fish onto the reef area. Here we go! And it's the Blue Alliance victorious in that match with a score of 78-51. 78-51.
All right, it's time for match number 19, starting off the Red Alliance with team 9477.
Lambda.
Joining them, team 3318.
Robo Dragon.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 1746.
Team Auto.
On the other side, we have team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
Team 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
Rounding out the Blue Lions, we have team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 19, autonomous. 15 seconds. What you see is what was programmed by the human players. Hopefully the robots are responding the way they're supposed to. Coming out of autonomous, it's 12 for the red, it's 6 for the blue, as the human players now have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 38-15, they've got that piece of coral, going to try to seed that reef. Drops it down, but it falls to the ocean floor. There's a lot of activity taking place over on the Blue Alliance side. There's 94-77, the Lambda team picking up a piece of algae with 94-80. The Gear Bears playing defense. 94-77 with that algae in their possession. What are they going to do with it? It's rocking and rolling. It shoots out the top of their mechanism and back onto the ocean floor. The currents was just a little bit too strong to get it all the way up to the net. All right, it's 28-30-6 now. It's 30 points for the Red Alliance, 6 for the Blue, with just under a minute 20 left to go. 38-15, trying to keep 94-77 from the coral station. Gain those corals to take and score on the reef. As 38-15 dances around 94-77. As that algae that they're looking for, are they going to try to place it in the processor, or are they going to try to score it in the barge? They're over here on the red side with 38-15. The North Forsyth Raiders trying to put in a blocking maneuver. 94-77 with algae in possession. They're rocking and rolling. They're going to try, and it bounces off the side of the barge, back down onto the surface of the ocean and sinks to the floor. 33-18 dancing around with 38-15 as 94-77 tries to shoot again, and it bounces off. That sound means we're under 20 seconds left to go. The sonar is looking for the robots to connect with the cages up underneath the barges to try to lift themselves up off of the surface of the ocean floor and gain those additional points. On the Blue Alliance, it looks like one of the bots may have pulled themselves off of the deep chain, which would have been worth 12 points right there. That would have given them a little bit more move them closer to the Red Alliance in score. Match number 19 now complete. As we await the final outcome, the referees will confer, check everything out. All right, let's see what color fish will be released onto the reef to repopulate. The Red Alliance is victorious with a score of 48-31. The Red Alliance, benefactor of 6 additional penalty points more than the Blue Alliance. They were able to score a lot of points on the coral with 21, which helped them as well.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 20, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 4189.
The Jefferson Robotics team.
Joining them, Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 3091.
100 Scholars.
On the blue side, we have Team 1414.
Aye, hot.
In the middle, Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
And 8865.
The Dacula Droids.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go with match number 20 as they're off in autonomous. They gain 3 points for leaving their starting position. If they can score on the coral reef, they get anywhere from 3 to 7 points. As on the Red Alliance, one was scored on the level 4 branch. That was worth 7 during autonomous from 41-89. The Jefferson Robotics team. Now the 100 Scholars dances around. They're on the Blue Alliance side of the ocean. They're going to be trying to play some defense as we maneuver around the ocean floor. 7104 is at the coral station. Looking to grab some coral is 41-89. Has coral in their possession, moving towards the lower level as there is a piece of algae pulled from the coral reefs and placed onto the barge in the net. That's worth 4 points. 7104, they have algae in their possession on the Red Alliance, putting it in the processor. If they can get it in the processor, that's worth 6 points for their alliance right there. We have 2 more. We have another piece of algae scored. There's a third one scored. They're working towards that barge point. If they can get more than 14 points, right now they have 12 in there on the barge, they will be able to score a ranking point, which will help them in the rankings. There's 16 points for the Blue Alliance. They're eligible for the ranking point right now is what it looks like as they're going for more. 88-65 on the Red Alliance side of the field, trying to play some defense. As 7104 picks up a piece of algae, a bundle of algae, a stalk of algae. They pick up some algae. There's another one scored in the net for the Blue Alliance, as there's a third one scored in the processor for the Red Alliance. Each one of those scored in the processor on the side of the field is worth 16 points. As we're close on this match with 25 seconds left to go. It's 57 for the blue, 58 for the red. With 22 seconds left to go, the sonar beacon has sounded. They're looking for their bots up underneath. They want to guide them towards the cages that are anchored low on the Red Alliance side and high on the Blue Alliance side. If the Red Alliance can lift themselves up off the floor on their side of the field through the deep cages, they'll be able to gain 12 points for their alliance. As the match comes to a close, we'll see what the final is here in just a moment from match number 20 of what will be 64. We're shooting for match number 44 today. After match number 44, we will call it a day, with the pitch remaining open for 1 hour after the close of match number 44. And what color fish is going to be released to the reefs? The Blue Alliance with a score of 69 to 62. 69 to 62. The difference in that was the 8 points awarded to the Blue Alliance for penalties by the Red Alliance. That was the difference in that match.
All right, it's time to introduce match 21, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 7538.
Metal Mountain.
Joining them, Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
And completing the Red Alliance, Team 9496.
Link.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Team 4730.
The Terminators.
And Team 10006.
Lunar Robotics. And once again, don't forget, if you'd like to take some carpet home after the event is over with, check with pit admin. There are some requirements that we do require, and we would ask that you get with them to find out what they are. One of those requirements is you have to be able to have something that can transport the carpet. You can get a portion, or maybe even all, depending on who shows up and speaks with pit admin.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Matt starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And once again, we're off in the world of autonomous as the bots move forward and backward, up and down, left and right. All right, we have action going on the field, left and right, on the Blue Alliance side and the Red Alliance side. All kinds of things going on as they score points by placing those white cylindrical objects onto the coral reef branches that you see, those purple features. The blue-green looking spherical objects out there, that's known as algae. They can process the algae for 6 points and then score it in the barge for another 4. Just what we saw the Red Alliance do just then. All right, underneath the barge there in the center of the field, you see some cages that are anchored to the bottom of the barge. That comes in handy at the end of the match where they can score anywhere from 6 to 12 points per team. All right, it's 75, 38, 92, 60. Battle it out amongst each other on the Blue Alliance side of the field. 75-38 trying to keep that coral from being scored there from the coral zone, the coral station. 94-96 trying to place another one of those coral pieces on top of the branch. On level 4, that was worth 5 points. As the score is close with 30 seconds left to go, it's 37-35. 92-60 tried to place one on the coral reef and it bounced off back onto the surface of the ocean floor. That sound means we're under 20 seconds left to go as it's 40-37 in favor of the Blue Alliance. As I told you, in this last 20 seconds, the bots can go over and grab hold of those cages and lift themselves off of the ocean floor to gain anywhere from 6 to 12 points, depending on which cage they decide to choose. If they were to choose the shallow anchored cage, that would give them 6 points. If they were to choose the deep anchored cage, that would give them 12 if they could lift their bot completely off the surface floor. All right, in match number 21, let's see what color fish will be released, indicating who the victors in that match were. It will be the Red Alliance victorious in that match with a score 47-35. 47-35. The Red Alliance received 3 ranking points, which will help them in the standings. Each member of the Alliance, which will help them in the standings as the competition moves on.
All right, we're ready for match number 22. Starting off the Red Alliance with team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Joining them, team 832.
Oscar.
And completing their Red Alliance, team 1833.
Team Bean.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
And team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 22 is underway. The first 15 seconds of action is programmed by the human players. They can score by leaving their starting zone, placing coral pieces on the ring. They can score by processing algae in the sides, or even placing them in the barge and the nets on top of the barge. Coming out of autonomous, it's 16-9 in favor of the Red Alliance, as we have 2 minutes and 15 seconds of teleop human-controlled operation. The bots are moving around the field as 1833 pulls a piece of algae off, knocks it out of the field. 8736 has that algae in their possession, going to try to place it onto the barge from under the sea, and then it falls back down to the ocean floor. There's a big pileup of algae blocking things over on the Blue Alliance side as Oscar battles it out with 4188, the Columbus Space Program. 8736 has another piece of algae in their possession, taking it over to the processor, and it bounces out of the processor. Going to try to put it back in as 4188 dances around with 7451. There's Oscar down there trying to play some defense as the Red Alliance bots continue to move. 5608 at the reef zone. They've got a piece of coral in their possession. Where are they going to place it? Are they going to place it on level 2? That'll be worth 2 points. Yes, they do. 2 points. I'm sorry, 3 points on that branch. 2 points on the trough below it. There's one algae pod placed on the Blue Alliance net on top of the barge. 74-51, the Avenger Robotics team inching ever closer to the cages, anchored to the barge deep in the ocean. 87-36 pulls another piece of algae off of the reef, moves it over, lifting it up above the ocean surface, dropping it onto the barge for another 4 points. At 20 seconds, sound is the sonar beeping, leading the robots to the cages underneath as they try to lift themselves up to gain points. 1833 for the Red Alliance has grabbed hold of the deep anchored cage. If they can completely come off of the surface and not be touching it, they may be awarded 12 points for that. All right. We'll see as the match is under review. Match number 22 of 64. We are planning on going through match number 44 today. 44 today, and taking a break. After which the pits will stay open for 1 hour. All right, here they're releasing the fish one more time. Let's take a look and see. The Red Alliance fish are released this time, indicating that the Red Alliance is victorious with a score of 82-29. The Red Alliance gained 3 ranking points for the victory. They gained barge points for scoring more than 14 points on the barge. They also gained the auto RP with all bots leave and at least 1 coral was scored. 82-29 in match number 22.
All right, it's time for match number 23, starting off the Red Alliance with team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
Joining them, team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
And completing that Red Alliance, team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
On the Blue Alliance team, 5828.
The Flying Riots.
Team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
And 9561.
The Dawson Dino Nuggets.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Let's start the match in 3, 2, 1, go.
23 of 64 underway as the bots leave. They gain 3 points. If they can score coral, they can gain anywhere from 3 to 6 or 7 points. If they can get algae in the processor, they gain additional points as well in autonomous. What you just saw was what the robots were programmed to do by the human players, and now the human players have taken control. Going to try to score as many points as they possibly can. There's a lot of opportunities out there as they can score 2 points for placing those those cylindrical looking objects. They call them coral on the coral reef to seed that reef to help it grow. All right, they're placing it on there. As they place it on that lower level, that lowest level of the purple that you see there, that is worth 3 points. Right below that low level, there's a little trough. If they can score cylindrical objects in that little trough, they gain 2 points apiece. In the middle of that tree looking thing in the middle of the field, that branch is worth 4 points. And if they can score all the way on the level 4 branch, the high branch, with those coral pieces, they gain 5 points apiece. Those blue-green looking spherical objects on the field, they're known as algae. If they can take that algae and place them on the side through the processors, they can gain 6 points. If they can score it in the net of the barge, they can get 4 points for that. In the middle of the field, underneath the barge, you will see those little cage-looking things that are anchored to the barge. In their current position, they're located deep in the ocean. Those cages, if the robots at the end of the match can come up to those cages, hook onto those cages and lift themselves up off the surface of the ocean floor, they will be able to gain 12 points at the deep end. If the cage was lifted high and anchored high in the shallow end of the ocean, they would be able to gain 6 points for that. That sound that you just heard indicates that we've got 20 seconds left to go. Still a lot of opportunity for scoring as it's 18-3 in favor of the Red Alliance right now with 5 seconds left to go. We're down to 0, and that's the end of the match. And the referees will confer, and we'll find out what the final score is here in just a moment when we look up on the screen and see which color fish have been released into the ocean. in that last match. Let's see. They're opening the gates. They're releasing the fish, and the Red Alliance is victorious in that match with a score of 36-5. 36-5 in favor of the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance did get the barge ranking point. For that, that'll help them, all the members of the Alliance, as the competition continues.
All right, we're ready for qualification number 24. Starting off the Red Alliance with team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
Joining them, team 4730.
The Terminators.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 1683.
The Techno Titans.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 1746.
Team Auto.
Team 10006.
Lunar Robotics.
And team 3091.
100 Scholars.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 24 in Autonomous is underway as the bots are performing what they are programmed to do, hopefully, as 1683 is dancing all over the field in Autonomous. And that's the end of the first 15 seconds. Now the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as 3091 and 1746 dance around the Blue Alliance zone looking for those coral pieces. 1683 at the coral station looking for that coral coming down the chute from the human player as 4730 scores 2 points for the Red Alliance by placing that coral in the trough of the Reef. 1746, playing defense down here on the Blue Alliance. Got some pieces. There's some coral, and there is some algae. Now on the bottom of the floor for the robots to pick up. As 1746 tries to block 1683, trying to keep them out of that coral station where they can collect that coral. Down the chute from the human player. 4730 spinning around looking for a way to get some more coral at 1683. Takes their coral and places it in the trough for 2 points. It's 19-6 in favor of the Red Alliance with just over 1 minute left to go in this match. 1746 Team Otto still trying to play defense as 4730 looks to score 2 points in the trough, and they do as 1683 now grabs that algae in their possession, drops it on the field, and heads over to the coral station. 1746 trying to keep them from scoring as many points as they possibly can as 1683 the Techno Titans scores 4 points on the rack on the level 3 branch. 1683 again going for the level 3 branch. There they get it again as it's 31-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. 3091 the 100 Scholars. They're on the field. They're looking for some place to go. They're at the cages. If they can lift themselves up off the ocean floor, they could possibly gain 12 points for their alliance, as Otto is trying to do that right now on the deep cage. 3091 also trying to grab hold of the cage. They got 4 seconds left to go. The Red Alliance 1683 trying to grab hold. All right, up underneath the barge, there were cages anchored. In that particular match, 1746 and 3091 were trying to attach to the deep anchored cages. That would have been worth 12 points for them had they been able to get off of the surface of the ocean floor. In the middle of the red barge, that one is the shallow end. Had they been able to grab hold of that, they would have gained 6 points for their alliance. All right, here we go in that match. We see that it is the Red Alliance victorious in the match with a score of 35-10. 35-10. The Red Alliance, each one of the Alliance teams gained 3 ranking points, which could help them in the standings as we progress through the matches.
All right, it's time for match number 25. Starting off the Red Alliance is Team 4189.
The Jefferson Robotics team.
Joining them, team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And completing that run alliance, team 4188.
The Columbus Space Program.
Over on the blue lines, we have team 9496.
Link.
Team 8865.
The Dacula Droids.
And 3318.
Robo Dragon.
All right, the field is green, all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And into the world of autonomous we go one more time as 4189 lifts their arm up high, dropping, yes, that's worth 7 points right there, plus 3 points for coming off of the line. On the Blue Alliance, we have all teams on the Blue Alliance currently ranked in the top 10, with the Robo Dragons being ranked #1 right now. A lot of scoring potential here in this match for both alliances, as they've both been scoring high. There goes 4189. That's the Jefferson Robotics team. They're scoring 5 points for their alliance by placing that coral, that cylindrical PVC looking pipe, on the coral on branch #4. 8865, the Dacula Droids. They're over there with one as well, trying to get it on level 4 for another 5 points. It's 94-96. Link team scores up high as well. Here comes 94-96, back and forth, really quick along the ocean floor. They've got the currents figured out. They can ride those currents and those waves real easy with their bot. As 3318, the Robo Dragons, currently ranked #1. Drop one back onto the ocean floor. There goes 94-96, pulling that algae off of that core, making it a little bit easier to get there so they won't slip and slide as they place that coral on there. There is the Blue Alliance scoring 4 more in the net. Each one that they get up in the net is worth 4. If they get it through the processor, that's 6 there for that. So that looks like that could be 20 points possibly right there. Or the barge points. Here we go. We continue with the action. We have 35 seconds left to go as 4188, the Columbus Space Program, places one of those algae pods into the processor. They score one more time. Here goes 4188 with another one as we're down to 20 seconds. That's the sonar locating where the cages are, so the robots can grab a hold of those cages and pull themselves back up towards the surface. If they can do so from the deep end, they can gain 12 points. On the shallow end, it's worth 6. As they're there trying to get, they run out of time. But right now, the current score for the blue is showing 100. Our high score for the event back in qualification match number 11 was 104 points. We might have a new high score depending on what happens here as the referees confer to determine all of the information is correct. On the Blue Alliance, they're checking the sonar beacons. They're checking the black boxes, the blue boxes. They're looking along the surface floor. They've got their cameras out, checking everything out. They want to make sure they get this right. Match number 25 of 64 has just been completed. As we await the release of the fish, here we go. I'm told that they're fixing to release them onto the reef. They're going to repopulate the area with sea life, starting with the fish, and it is the Blue Alliance with a score of 104 to 81. That ties the previous high score of 104 in match number 11. Once again, we will be playing through match number 44 today. 44, after match number 44 is completed, the pits will stay open for 1 hour. We will return tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. when the pits open after today's activities are complete. And don't forget, if you would like to take some of this carpet home with you after the event is over, please check with pit admin. They'll be able to give you some information of what is required in order to take some of the carpet home with you after the event.
And it's time for match number 26, starting off the Red Alliance with Team 9260.
Built for Viv Robotics.
Joining them, Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
And completing their Red Alliance, Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
On the Blue Alliance, Team 7538.
Metal Mountain.
Team 9522.
Archimedes.
Rounding out the alliance is 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
it's looking like all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 26 of 64 underway. The first 15 seconds. Autonomous, programmed by the human players. If they move from the starting zone, they gain 3 points apiece for their robots. If they can score on the coral reef, they gain additional points. Could possibly get full auto bonus as well. Now the human players have control as 9260, the Built for Bib robotics team, places that cylindrical object that looks like a PVC pipe on top of level 4 branch. That's worth 5 points in the human-controlled operation as 9522 is looking for a position on the surface, on the ocean floor. 5608 dropping one of the coral pieces onto branch 2. That's worth 3 points. 9260, the Built for Bib robotics team, alongside of 6340, scoring high, 5 points apiece, as it's 36-17 in favor of the Blue Alliance, with just over 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go in the match. 5608 at the coral station, trying to collect that coral. They want to take it and score it on the reef. Each one of those pieces could be anywhere from 2 to 5 points in tele-up right now. That little, it's not so little. That round spherical object that's blue-green in color, that is known as algae. When it's scored in the net on top of the barge, it's worth 4. If it goes through the processor, like 7104 is doing right now with that algae pod, that's worth 6 points. The human player picks it up, shoots, and scores in the net of the barge. That's worth a 10-point swing right there, as it's 63-31 in favor of the Red Alliance. 7104 almost got hung up in the blue cages as he moves over to the Red Alliance side. That little beep that you heard, that sonar sound is the sonar sound. That's where the robots are trying to find out where the cages are. It gives them an indication. A high cage, mounted shallow, could possibly earn the robots 6 points. The deep mounted cage could possibly earn the robots 12 points if they can lift themselves completely off the ocean floor. Match number 26 now complete as we await the final score and the release of those fish. in that last match, the Red Alliance was victorious with a score of 84-49. 84-49 in that last match.
All right, it's time for match number 26, starting off the Red Alliance with team 14-14.
That's IHOD.
Joining them, team 42-40.
Protect Warriors.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 10,006.
Lunar Robotics.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 9477.
Lambda.
Team 6712.
A Mountaineer.
And 8872.
A Special Ops.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 27 now underway in autonomous as the bots move. From their starting position, they gain 3 points per bot. They can also gain points by scoring, coral, algae, processing, shooting in the net. They've got all kinds of ways to score in autonomous. First 15 seconds programmed by the human players. And now for the last 2:15 of the match, we have the human players under control as IHOT shoots and scores 4 points with their algae pod. 4 points in the barge. They get in position, they shoot again, and it bounces off the side back to the ocean floor. IHOT picking up another piece of algae off of the floor. They're at the coral station. They're looking to pick up. They've changed position as another piece of algae comes floating by. They're in position. They're on the side. They shoot. Bouncing, bouncing in. That's another 4 points for the Alliance as it's 14-6 in favor of the Red Alliance, 94-77. Scoring 6 points for the Blue Alliance as they place that. Look there. Look, the Red Alliance now has 4 algae pods in there. 6 points for every one of them they score like that, as it's 22-18. 26-18. As the action continues, more algae being scored, more coral being placed. There's 67-12 headed towards the barge. The cages on the barge. The Red Alliance has all of their cages anchored shallow, while the Blue Alliance has 1 anchored shallow and 2 down deep. 67-12. They're at the reef zone. As 42-40 bounces off the reef. 94-77. The Lambda team trying to get that algae in their possession. There's another one being scored on the Red Alliance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 24 points. It looks like at least in the barge. That should gain them a ranking point for scoring more than 14 points in the barge. All right, match number 27 score coming up. It's a tie, 32-32. Both alliances gain 1 ranking point apiece.
All right, we're ready for match number 28, starting off the Red Alliance team, 1683.
The Techno Titans.
Joining them, team 9480.
The Gear Bears.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 1746.
Team Auto.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have teams 8865.
The Dacula Droid.
Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance is team 1833.
Team Bean.
And the field's green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
The first 15 seconds of the match are autonomous. They can score points. They'll get 3 points for leaving their starting zone. If they score a piece of coral in the trough, they will gain 3 points. On the level branch, the low branch, it's 4. On the middle branch, it's 6. And on the high branch, it would have been worth 7 points. All right, now the points have decreased as they are competing in teleop mode, controlled by the human players. 1833 with that piece of coral on the level 4 branch worth 5 points right now. In autonomous, that would have been worth 7, but right now it's worth 5. As 1746 moves up underneath their barge and heading over to the Blue Alliance side of the ocean. They're playing a blocking maneuver. Playing defense as 1833 places another one high atop that coral reef. That's worth 5 points for each one of those he can get up there. That one falls back down into the trough area and back down to the seafloor. 1683, they're in that level 3 branch. That was worth 4 points for the Alliance, as it's now 26-15 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:13 left to go. 1683 dancing on top of the algae. It's a little slick over there as they're on the coral and the algae. 9480, their teammate, comes over and helps them out. As 1683 has that piece of coral, that cylindrical white PVC pipe looking thing. That's called coral, and we're placing it on the coral reef. We're seeding the coral reef, trying to build it up, trying to bring it back to life and load it full of sea creatures. It's 41-19 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 35 seconds left to go. Still a lot of opportunities for scoring as we continue. There goes 1833, one more time, placing it high atop the coral reef. There it is, that's another 5 points. As we're under 20 seconds left to go, that sonar beacon signals where they're at so the robots can come back, grab hold of the cages and lift themselves up off of the sea floor to gain points. 1683, if they can lift themselves up far enough, they'll get 12 by grabbing that deep cage. So is 1833 trying to do the same thing. They have to be completely off of the sea floor, not touching with any part of their robot in order to gain 12 points there. All right, here we go for match number 28. Let's see what color fish are going to be released this time. It's the blue fish, indicating the Blue Alliance. They're 51 to 39. 1833 maintains its hold on the number 1 position with that victory.
right, it's time for match 29, starting off the Red Alliance with team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
Joining them, team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And submerging with the Red Alliance, team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 3091.
100 Scholars.
Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
And 9561.
The Dawson Dino Nuggets. Or Dino. Dino.
All right, all thumbs up. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we have action in autonomous with 7104 moving just off the line at 5293, grabbing that algae. And we're fixing our mic. And now we're in teleoperated. See what these robots can do. 5293 zooming across the field to grab some more of that white stuff. What's it called? What is the white? The white. .4188 trying to get some more of that algae from that shallow end. Not too much action going on the red side right now. 5293 still trying to get that coral onto that reef. On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3091 and 4188 bashing it out and getting some more deep water action. And 5293 trying to get that coral on, but misses. Looks like there's some sharp waves going on underwater. 3091 spinning around in the barge, trying to get some defense in, get some points scored on their end as well. 5293 still going strong on those corals. Skipping the algae with the other alliance. Looks like 7104 has broken down or is at least slow. Looks like they just got fixed. They're going over the barge now. into the barred zone. And go over the scores just one more time. If they scored in the trough, it's 2 points. Scored on level 2, 3 points. And scored on level 3 branch, that is 4 points. With all the action going on the red side of the field. 3091 and 7104 still bashing it out. 7104 trying to get some more of that algae to put it into the reef. And looks like we have 20 seconds left in the match. This is the end game period. We see 3091 climbing that cage. Get some extra points, 4188 still parking. And that is it for match 29. Who is that? All right, it's score time. And it's the Red Alliance with a score of 75-17.
All right, starting match number 30 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4240.
The Trope Tech Warriors.
Team 5828.
Flying Riots.
And 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
In the middle, Team 9496.
Link.
And 4730.
Terminators. Roy McConnell, you're being hailed to the game announcer station. Roy McConnell.
All right, we've got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And that's match start for match 30 out of 64. And now it's teleoperated with 6 points on red and 16 on blue. Looks like 9260 is going for that coral on the top rung. 5828 still not moving, trying to figure out their controls, while 9496 on the Blue Alliance is already on their second coral piece with that amazing light up. 6340 controlling the algae for the Blue Alliance. And 4730 also doing the algae. They almost have a full reef zone. $92.60, depositing some more of that algae into the human player station so they could get more of those truck zone points. 94.96 also going strong with some more of those corals, getting that algae back into the right spot to get some more points, which is the barge zone. Both sides look like they're working on getting some more of those points. Looks like 5828 still holding strong, trying to get some more points down just by staying in the bar zone for those parking points. 53 seconds left on the clock, 28 points for red, 77 for blue. 94.96, still working hard with 47.73 to get some more of those algae and coral lined up to get some more extra points. They almost have a full reef full of corals. $63.40, that's the Mary's Manatees driving some more algae from the other side right before the barge zone. And 23 seconds left on the clock, 20 seconds, and that's endgame. With 93 on the Blue Alliance and 38 on the Red Alliance. 63.40 already hanging on the cage. That is definitely 12 points for the Blue Alliance. The entire Red Alliance already in the barge for those parking points. And 94.96 still working on those corals. All right, we have scores for match number 30. And it's the Blue Alliance. The score of 107 to 44. That's a high score for our Gainesville qualifier.
All right, starting match number 31 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 8736.
The Mechanisms.
In the middle, Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And Team 1414.
IHOT.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
Team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
And Team 832.
Oscar.
All right, it looks like all thumbs are up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And that's the timer for match 31. We got every single robot moving. 7451 with some of that algae. Looks like it's not fully stuck on. 5608 did get theirs on. 8736, 8866, and 1414 off the bars to get some more of those parking points. And now it's driver period. 8866 loading up that coral all the way to the top run. 8736 working on the same thing. on the Blue Alliance 15, 74-51, getting some more of that algae into the human player station. We're doing the same with the rest of the algae on the reef. 88-66 still working. Ooh, they almost tipped over, but they are all good on their way to get some more coral from the human player station. 832 trying to block that from happening. Looks like they're playing defense for the Blue Alliance. 74-51 going strong on those algae into the human player station. 886 still working on that coral onto the top rung. Looks like they're going to get that thing filled all the way around. 832 still trying their best to block that from happening. 8736 working in tandem with 8866 to get those corals going. On the Blue Alliance, we still have teams 74-51 and 5608 working to get that reef filled properly. With 5608 just getting on another coral onto the lower rung. Each coral is 2 points on the level 1 branch, 3 points on the level 2 branch, 4 points on the level 3 branch, 5 points on level 4. Lots of action going on with the algae and the coral going on at the Blue Alliance station. 832 and 8866 working hard to get their coral. 8832 working against that. $74.51 looks like they are either trying to hang or parking for some extra parking points for that end game coming up in 3 seconds. That is end game with 54 points to red and 56 points to blue. That is a close match. Anything could change. 87.36 still working hard on that coral, trying to get that on. And 88.66 getting on that last coral, will they? Yes, they did. That's 4 more points for their Alliance, and they're heading into the parking zone just in time for those parking points. That is a close match with 59 for red and 58 for blue. And we have scores for match 31. It's the Red Alliance with a score of 65-64. Extremely close. It's 3 ranking points for the winner.
All right, beginning match number 32 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 3318.
That's the Robo Dragons.
In the middle, Team 4189.
The Jefferson Robotics team.
And 9522.
Archimedes.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9477.
Lambda.
Team 8872. And rounding out the right side, we have 7538.
Metal Mountain.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And that's match 32 out of 64 here at the Gainesville qualifier. 10 seconds left on the clock. We have all robots moving out of the barge zone for those extra starting points. And now 2 minutes, 15 seconds for the driver operator period. Looks like 9522 are trying to get their controller problem solved. 3318 getting right to work with some of those corals from the human player station. 4189 doing the same with 2 corals on their robot, dumping both of them, trying to get just one. On the Blue Alliance, looks like 9477. That's Lambda trying to get some more algae into the gates. Yeah. 3318 going pretty hard on those corals, trying to get that entire reef filled out into the shallow point. 9477 doing the same with their algae into the human player station, also known as the gates, to get some more points with the human player getting them into the trough. 9522 still working on those controller problems. Looks like they're still enabled, just not moving. (9477) trying to get that algae still into the gates. 3318 getting one more coral into their reef, while their alliance partner works on getting the algae filled up. 9477 now removing the algae from the reef. Let's see what their strategy is. 9522 collides with the cage. Looks like their batteries come loose as well. And they've been disabled, unfortunate for 9522. They just got moving. 3318 still going, working hard on that coral, trying to fill up the reef. 4189 doing the same with their algae. Looks like it's stuck between their robot. They're trying to kick it out before the end game, which is now. 15 seconds left on the clock with 66 points for the Red Alliance, 29 for the Blue. 3318 working on that hammer on their robot, getting them into the parking spot. 4189 also in that parking spot for some extra endgame points. Looks like the Red Alliance for match 32 with 70-31.
right, entering qualification match 33 on the Red Alliance, we have Team 4240.
The Trotec Warriors.
Team 5293.
The Metal Crusaders.
And 5105.
Gladiator Robotics. It's
Over on
5109.
the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1746.
Team Auto.
In the middle, 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
Completed by 8865.
Dacula Droids.
All right, we got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2. Pause, wait a minute. Back behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And that's the bell for qualification 33 out of 64 here at Gainesville Qualifier. We have 10 seconds remaining on the clock. Looks like all robots off away from the barge except for 3815 and 5109 from both alliances. And that's the 2 minutes 15 seconds for teleoperated period. Looks like 5293 gunning it to the human player station to collect some more of that coral, processing it into the reef zone. 5109 doing the same, while 1746 looks like they're in to knock everything down for them and do some defense, prevent that reef from filling up, doing some good to the community. 8865 working on that coral for their reef in the Blue Alliance. Scored in the trough is 2 points. Level 2 is 3 points. So it looks like 8865 is going for 5 points on the level 4 branch. 5293 still going strong on the coral in the reef zone for the Red Alliance. 8865 still working on aligning that robot to get right into the coral. 1746 holding down 5109 down in that corner, right at the coral station area. Looks like it's one strong contender on both alliances. 5293 still going strong on that coral, trying to get that reef zone filled up. They just scored another coral in the level 2 branch. That's 3 points for the Red Alliance. The scores are 6 for the Blue Alliance, 21 for the Red, with 45 seconds left in the match. 20 seconds and we hit end game, where they get extra points to get into the trough and the barge zone. 1746 working on those points by parking right now. 5293 still getting one more coral into the reef zone and then heading over to park. And that is the bell, sonar radar. 15 seconds left on the bell, on the clock, for everyone to make it into the barge zone for those extra points. 3815 and 1746 already there. 4240 just arrived from the Red Alliance. 8865 trying to get that last coral off their robot. That is it for qualification 33. And we have scores. For match 33 is the Red Alliance with a score of 26-10. right, it's time for match number 34. We're starting off the Red Alliance with Team 8736.
The Mechanism.
Joining them, Team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
And diving with them, Team 3091.
100 Scholars.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 10006.
Lunar Robotics.
Joining them, Team 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 5828.
Flying Riots.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
34 match, autonomous, underway as the Red Alliance takes the lead with 9-6. With 6 seconds left to go, the bots move from their starting position. With 2 seconds left, 15 seconds is controlled by automatic programming that the human players installed into their bots. And now the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds of teleop play. We have 8736. That's the mechanisms reaching high from the ocean floor to the top of the barge, and it bounces back off of the barge back down into the water, sinking all the way down to the floor. Is 8736 gonna try it again, and they're scraping that algae off of the coral reef there. Backing away, they're still in the reef zone. Oh, they back away, they dropped it. That algae is slippery. All right, is 832. Oscar is moving around. The Red Alliance scores 1 in the net on top. That's worth 4 points. It came out of the processor. That would have given them 6 points coming out of the processor. Here comes 8736. There's another 4 points in the net for the Red Alliance. As the score is 17 for the red and 11 for the blue, with just over 1 minute left to go in the match. 7104, the Bot Brothers approaching the reef as the Red Alliance scores another algae pod into the net on the barge. It's worth 4 points apiece right there, as that's 12 points sitting up there in top of the barge. 87, 36, 30, 91 for the Red Alliance as the 100 Scholars approaching that deep anchored cage, looking like they're going to want to try to lift themselves off the seafloor with that cage. We got 20 seconds left to go as the sonar beacons are going off, pinging the robots, getting them ever closer to the cages as they try to lift themselves off of the ocean floor. We got 5 seconds left to go as 7104 is trying to lift themselves up. 3091 also trying to get there, but ran out of time as they're stuck deep on the ocean floor. in that match. Let's see, they're opening up the gate, and the Red Alliance fish are swimming with a score of 35 to 22. 35 to 22 in that match. The Red Alliance was awarded a barge ranking point as well as 3 ranking points for being victorious.
All right, it's time to introduce match number 35, starting off with the Red Alliance team, 63-40.
The Marist Manatees.
Joining them, team 94-77.
Lambda.
And closing out, the Red Alliance team, 94-80.
The Gear Bears.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 1683.
Techno Titan.
In the middle, 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
And 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 35 now underway in autonomous. Right now, the bots have moved out of their starting positions. One of the bots scored on level 4, the 4th branch of that coral reef, giving the Blue Alliance 16 points to the Reds 12. As here comes 8866 Innovation Robotics, placing it high, and their Alliance partner 7451 as well. There's 8866 Dip EQ scoring high again. Their Alliance partner 1683 doing the same, scoring on level 4, branch 4, worth 5 points apiece, as it's 36 to 20 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. There goes a score for the Blue Alliance in the net. That's 4 points for the algae being scored after being processed for 6. 63-40 now. And the coral reef trying to place that cylindrical object on branch 4 for another 5 points. It's 49-30 in favor of, let's make that 54-30 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 1:20. The score is changing quickly as they continue to score fast and furious. 74-51 drop their coral on the number 2 branch. That's worth, 3 points. Or 3 points on the number 2 branch. And there goes 8866 trying to score on the score 5 points, but it drops back to the sea floor. As the Avenger Robotics team looking for the algae, they move it around as Innovation Robotics goes to score high one more time. They're getting into position. It looks like they scored another 5 points, says it's 90-35. We still have 38 seconds left to go. The high score in the match in match number 30 was 107. We could beat that in this match as we still have 30 seconds left to go. They're continuing to score as 94-77. Lambda picks up one of those pieces of algae. Gonna try to score it as the 20-second sonar beacon sounds off. 63-40, pulling themselves off of the ocean floor on the low, deep, anchored cage. If they can stay up, not touching anything on the floor, they could gain 12 points, moving them ever closer to the Blue Alliance, who currently show 100 points. We'll see what happens as 74-51 is parked in the barge zone for 2 points as well. 94-77 also parked, as well as their alliance partner, 94-80, the Gear Bears. Match number 35 of 64 this weekend. We are going to match number 44 today. After match number 44, the pits will stay open for 1 hour. Here we go. Let's see what the final score ends up being in match number 35 as they release the Bluefish into the water at a 106-56. 1 point shy of the record for this event. 106-56 in match number 35.
All right, moving on to match number 36. On the Red Alliance, we have Team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
Team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And 9496.
Link.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8872.
Special Ops.
Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
And 3318.
The Robo Dragons.
we got all thumbs up. Drivers. Wait a minute. All right, we're good again. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're off and running in match number 36 of what will be 64 total qualifying matches this weekend. Once again, we will be going through match number 44 today and completing the final 20 matches tomorrow morning. The first 15 seconds was autonomously programmed by the human players. As the Red Alliance comes out of autonomous, they were leading 13-9. Now, for 2 minutes and 15 seconds, the human players have control. They can score points by placing those white cylindrical objects onto that purple tower in the middle of the field. They call that the reef. The cylindrical objects are called coral as they try to build that coral reef back up so that new aquatic life will come and populate the area. All right, a lot of action taking place out on the field. If they can score on the level 2 branch, which is the bottom purple arms that you see coming from the towers, they will gain 3 points. If they can score in the middle branch, that's worth 4. And if they can reach all the way to the top, they can gain 5 points for that. Down at the bottom of that little tree-looking mechanism, that coral mechanism, or as a little trough that they can place some of those coral elements into to gain 2 points apiece. As the bots move up and down the field, they can also pick up and score those round, blue-green looking cylindrical objects. That's called the algae. They can process that algae for 6 points, or they can score in the net for 4 points, or a combination of both. 94-96, picking up coral from the coral station on the side, coming down the chute from the human player on the side, rapidly moving back and forth, gaining points as it's 63-32, with 66-32, with 35 seconds left to go in the match. Right now, there's still a lot of scoring opportunity. As you see, the cages swinging underneath the barge. The ones that are hanging real low, that's deep, deep into the ocean, almost to the ocean floor. If a robot can grab a hold of that in the last 20 seconds and lift themselves off of the ocean floor, they can gain themselves 12 points. Over here on the Red Alliance, you see the one that's closer to the barge. That's known as the shallow cage. If they can lift themselves off using the shallow cage, they can gain 6 points as we end match number 36 of what will be a total of 64 total qualifying matches here in Gainesville, Georgia. All right, in match number 36, we're going to see what color fish they release onto the reef area. The doors open and the Red Alliance is victorious. The red fish swimming around with a score of 79-52 in match number 36.
All right, it's time for match 37 on the Red Alliance. It's team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Joining them, team 1414.
Hot.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 4189.
The Jefferson Robotics team.
On the Blue Alliance, we have team 1833.
Team Bean.
Team 9561.
Dawson Dino Nuggets.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance is team 7538.
Meadow Mountain.
All right, field is green. We got all thumbs up. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 37 of 64. Under autonomous now as the bots move away from their starting zones. They gain 3 points apiece. If they can score on the reef, they can gain additional points as well. Coming out of autonomous, it's 9-6 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now the human players have control for 2 minutes and 15 seconds as 5608 dances down the field. The Blue Alliance bot. Scoring high. And scoring high one more time. There goes, an algae bouncing off of the barge back into the ocean, down to the seafloor. Blue Alliance scoring high on that coral tower. 5 points apiece for 1833. The Team Bean, every time they do that, as the Red Alliance now has one of those algae pods in the net worth 4 points. 4189 with a piece of coral in their possession. 5608 as well, trying to score on the reef. On the reef, they get 3 points if scored on the lower level. That's that bottom set of arms reaching off of the coral, outside of the coral. That's worth 3 points. If they can get in that middle row, it's worth 4. Scoring on the top row is worth 5, as 1833 has just done. There's a little trough at the bottom of that little coral structure there. That's worth 2 points if they can place it in the trough. We're trying to reseed the coral reef to make it grow, to bring in more and more fish and sea creatures. As the match continues, we're down to 39 seconds. It's 41-36. It's pretty close right here. All it takes is a 5-point score like there for the Blue Alliance. It's now tied 41-41. If I read it right, with 25 seconds left to go, we're coming down to the end of the match where they can score 12, 14, 25. They can score up to 36 points as 1833 grabs hold of the lower anchor cage deep down at the bottom of the ocean. They're up off of the ocean floor. They're able to gain 12 points for their alliance. Could be the difference in the match as we reach time out. All right, I think I hear the door opening on the fish tank. And it releases, oh my goodness, the clear fish, indicating that it's a tie, 55 to 55. As both alliances gain 1 ranking point. The Blue Alliance also gains a barge ranking point for greater than 14 points in the barge area.
All right, it's time to introduce match 38, starting off on the Red Alliance with team 9522.
Archimedes.
Joining them, team 5828.
Flying Riots.
And completing the Red Alliance, team 7451.
Avenger Robotics.
Over on the Blue Alliance, we have team 4730.
The Terminators.
3091.
100 Scholars.
And 4240.
The Trotec Warriors.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And here we go in match number 38 as the bots move away from their starting zone. They gain 3 points. If they can score on the coral reef, they gain additional points. They can gain anywhere from 3 to 7 points on the coral reef. They can also gain up to 6 points in algae score. All right, the bots are moving as the Avenger Robotics team picks up some coral and moves to the reef to try to place it. We'll see where they're placing it at. There looks like they're going for the middle row. It drops off into the trough, but down to the ocean floor. 47-30, the Terminator spinning around down there with 30-91, the 100 Scholars team. 95-22, trying to keep the 100 Scholars from getting to that coral station area where they can grab some coral from the chute. The human players will pass through to the robot. 74-51 with another piece of coral, trying to score on the lower level. It drops off as well. It's 12-9 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now with 1:15 left to go in the match. 74-51 picks up a piece of coral. They've got it in their possession. They're heading over to the coral, and they're going to try to place it on row 2, giving them 3 points for their alliance, as it's now 12-9, 12-12. It's tied up with 55 seconds left to go. 74-51, the Avenger Robotics team again with a piece of coral, trying for that 4-point score, and they got 4 points there. bringing them ahead of the Blue Alliance, 18-12 right now. As the Blue Alliance bots are spinning around, the Trotec Warriors headed towards the cages, anchored deep in the ocean beneath the barge. 95-22 over by the coral station, looking for some coral. No, they're not. They're trying to keep the Blue Alliance from getting any coral. And there's the ping with 20 seconds left to go, directing the robots to the barge area where they can grab hold of those cages, either deep down or shallow. The Blue Alliance has 2 of them deep and 1 shallow, and the Red Alliance has all 3 of theirs placed deep in the ocean. If they were able to successfully climb up off of the ocean floor, they would have gained 12 points for each one of the bots on the Red Alliance. And the same for the Blue. Here we go. It's the Red Alliance victorious in that match with a final score of 27-18. 27-18 as the Red Alliance gains 3 ranking points for the victory.
And it's time for match number 39 on the Red Alliance. It's Team 3815.
The North Forsyth Raiders.
Joining them, Team 5109.
Gladiator Robotics.
And diving with the Red Alliance, Team 832.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 9496.
Link.
In the middle, Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
It's 7104.
The Bot Brothers.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off in autonomous. Match number 39. As the Blue Alliance bot move out of their starting position, they gain 3 points apiece. First 15 seconds programmed by the human players to see what they've done. As now the human players take control for 2 minutes of action. 88-66, placing it high atop level 4 of the coral, worth 5 points. The coral reef right there, they're trying to reseed it, placing coral on it, trying to get it to grow. 5 points apiece on the high level, the level 4 branch. In the middle, the level 3 branch, that's worth 4 points. And if they can get it on the lower branch, that'll be worth 2 points. Below that lower branch is a small little trough. If they can place coral in the small trough, it'll be worth 2 points for the Alliance. 7104 for the Blue Alliance, spinning around under the barge where the cages are, checking them out before the end of the match to see if they're sturdy and anchored well. Oscar down in the Blue Alliance zone, having a little trouble with the current and the algae. 38-15, spinning around the North Forsyth Raiders. They've got looking for coral. They're over at the coral station, trying to find some coral, it looks like. Nope, they're back around and doing something else. It's 5109. The Gladiator Robotics team is at the coral station. They're searching for algae or coral. They're flexing their muscles, they're exercising, spinning around right now as the coral station, the Blue Alliance bots. There we go. We've got 88-66. That's the Innovation Robotics team scoring on the coral. It's 67 for the blue and 3 for the red with 24 seconds left to go. As 38-15 approaches the cages. 7104 checking the cages out. He's already been there once, making sure that the anchors will hold and secure and tight. He's up against the cage right now. If he can lift himself off of the floor, he'll be able to gain 12 points. He's parked there right now on the ocean floor. That's worth 2 points for the Blue Alliance, as 38-15 is parked as well on the Red Alliance side. All right, let's see what the final score is in that last match. The gate is swinging open, and it is the Blue Alliance victorious with a score of 85-5. 85-5 in match number 39. We will be playing through match number 44 today. After match number 44 is over, we will have 1 hour in the pits. 1 hour in the pits after match number 44 has been completed.
All right, the field is ready for qualification 40. Starting off on the red alliance with team 8872.
The Special Ops.
Joining them, team 6340.
The Marist Manatees.
And completing the red alliance, team 1414.
IHOD.
On the blue alliance is team 10006.
Lunar Robotics.
Joining them, team 8865.
The Dacula Droids.
And completing the blue alliance, team 9561.
Dawson Dino Nuggets.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 40 is underway in autonomous as 14-14 goes racing down towards the Coral Station. In autonomous is what you're seeing right now as 63-40 was able to drop a Coral into the trough for 2 points. No, that's 3 points. There we go, 63-40 now, looking for some algae. They've got it off of the Coral. They've scraped it off of the Coral. There's a shot by IHOT into the trough, worth 4 points. 88-65, the Dacula Droids looking for some scoring opportunities as well. There goes IHOT. They've got it in their possession. They've knocked it off of their robot, trying to pick it up with their launching mechanism. They've got it in their possession. They've got the algae, spit it out on the ocean floor. They're down into the Blue Alliance at 88-65, right beside them, trying to keep them from scoring, looking for some more algae. That algae's a little bit slippery. It's been hard to hold by IHOT during this match. And 63-40 has a piece of coral in their possession, going up high on level 4 for 5 points, as it's 18-23 to 5 in favor of the Red Alliance with just over 1 minute left to go in the match. 88-65, the Dacula Droids trying to score, as well as 63-40, the Marist Manatees placing that coral high atop the reef for 5 additional points, as it's now 28-5 with 50 seconds left to go in favor of the Red Alliance. There goes 63-40, the Marist Manatees again, another 5 points as IHOT approaches the shallows. Oh, I didn't say that. In the shallow zone, underneath the barge, they're parked. Are they going to try to grab hold and pull themselves up? Well, they move away with 22 seconds left to go, 63-40. Looking for some more coral as IHOT shoots and bounces. Oh, it almost bounces back in. Bouncing off, and they caught it. Oh, and then they dropped it. What a series of events right there for IHOT. As we've got 4 seconds left to go, they're going to launch one more. Oh, my goodness. And they get into the park zone, it looks like, for 2 points for their alliance. A lot of action there with IHOT there at the end. Shooting, catching, and trying to shoot again. Those algae pods. That was match number 40. Here we go, match number 40. About to show the results. They're about to release the fish. Will it be the blue fish or the red fish? And this time, it's the red fish. With a score of 42-7. The Red Alliance was also credited with an auto ranking point and 3 ranking points for the victory. Somebody asked how you get an auto ranking point. The auto ranking point is when all 3 of the bots move out of their starting zone and they score coral on the reef.
And it's time for match 41. Starting off the Red Alliance is team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Joining them, team 9477.
Lambda.
And completing the Red Alliance is team 1833.
Team Bean.
On the Blue Alliance is team 5608.
Lassiter Robotics.
Joining them, it's team 6712.
The Mountaineers.
And diving with the Blue Alliance is team 1683.
The Techno Titans.
Teams, remember, pits will close 1 hour after the last qualification match. 1 hour.
And if you haven't already done so and would like some carpet, please see pit admin about the requirements for taking some of this carpet home with you after the event is over.
All right, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And match number 41 is underway. As the bots move from their starting positions, they gain 3 points apiece. As the Blue Alliance is leading, coming out of autonomous with a score of 9-6. That's the first 15 seconds of the match, programmed by the human players. And now, the bots are controlled by the human players as 1683 scores high on level 4, branch 4. That's worth 5 points for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance, 1833, and their counterpart, 9260. Scoring high as well as 5608 throws a block on 1833. But that didn't stop them as Team Bean scores high, gaining 5 more points. And there's the Blue Alliance. They are processing some algae. As they process the algae, the human player on the side takes that algae and scores it in the net, worth 4. It's worth 6 when they process the algae. When they score the algae on top, it's worth 4. There's 6 and 4, that's 10. As it's 38-32 in favor of the Red Alliance right now, neck and neck, as we still have 1 minute and 20 seconds left in the competition. 1833 bouncing off the reef, placing another one high atop the reef on level 4, but it falls down, ends up in the trough. From 5 points to 2 points right there. 9260 drops 1, goes down to the sea floor. And there we go, 1833, Team Bean scoring again as the Blue Alliance matches that score with 1683 scoring high as well. 6712 dancing in the reef zone right now, looking for a piece of algae, it looks like, and 1683 scores one more time. 5608, Lassiter Robotics has a piece of coral. They're trying for level 2. They get level 3, for 4 points. As it's 67-52 in favor of the Blue Alliance with 27 seconds left to go. Still a lot of time to score. There's a potential for 36 points at the end game in the last 30 seconds if they take advantage of it. There's 1683 scoring high again for 5 points as they inch closer to the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance leading with 10 seconds left to go, 72-63 as 9260 and 1833 part in the Red Alliance barge zone, and so do 2 of the blue bots. Looks like their part could be all 3. I can't tell from this angle right here. At the end of the match, we were showing 72-72. This one's going to be interesting. It could be another tie. We could see the clear fish swimming again. Here we go. And they release the redfish. The redfin fish one more time. 82-78. Let's take a look at the scoring. The Red Alliance was the benefactor of 8 more penalty points than the Blue Alliance, and that made the difference in the match.
All right, it's time for match 42 on the field. On the Red Alliance's team, 47-30.
The Terminators.
Joining them, team 33-18.
Robo Dragon.
And completing the Red Alliance team, 52-93.
The Metal Crusaders.
On the Blue Alliance's team, 41-88.
The Columbus Space Program.
Joining them, team 94-80.
The Gear Bears.
And diving the Blue Alliance's team, 75-38.
Metal Mountain.
All thumbs up, the field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And they're off and running in match number 42. We will be going through match 44 today, and once again, after match number 44, the pits will remain open for an hour. All right, we're down to 2 seconds left to go in the autonomous period with the Red Alliance leading at 12-9 as the human players take control of the bots. Move up and down the field. 75-38, playing a blocking maneuver, trying to keep the Red Alliance from scoring. The Coral, 33-18, the Robo Dragons. There, got Coral, they lay it in the trough. That's worth 2 points. As the Blue Alliance picking up the Coral as well. 94-80, the Gear Bears. They're at the Coral station, trying to get that Coral onto their body. It bounces off the side. They're picking that Coral up. They're going to move towards that tower structure. Trying to place that Coral up high is what it looks like. The other Blue Alliance robot, I can't tell the number, they're trying to get scoring as well. 94-80, dropping it off, it falls back to the sea floor as 52-93 rams hard into the Coral station on the side as the human players try to go. 33-18, another one for 2 points in the trough. A lot of action on the field. Has a minute 15 left to go. There's 35-14. They get 37-14, 39-14. With a minute 8 left to go. 33-18, scoring another 2 points. Has 47-30, playing a blocking maneuver on the Columbus Space Program, who's trying to get a piece of coral over there to the coral reef. 94-80, trying to reach up high to gain 5 points for their alliance, and they're successful in that endeavor right there as it's 43-25, 47-25 with 43 seconds left to go. 33-18 They're placing it down in the trough. That's another 2 points. This is now 49-30 with 35 seconds left to go. 41-88 and 94-80 trying to score is 94-80. Places it high. The Gear Bears high up on the coral structure for 5 points as they get closer to the Red Alliance. It's 51-47 right now. At Sonar Beacon tells you that now we are in the end game with under 20 seconds left to go. The robots are going to try, possibly, to pull themselves off of the ocean floor by grabbing hold of those cages and pulling themselves up. 41-88 is parked. 33-18 and 52-93 both parked. That's 2 points apiece for the Alliance. As match 42 of 64 comes to a close. And we wait for the score, which will be indicated by the color of fish that starts swimming on the screen in just a few moments. Here we go. And it is the Red Alliance. The fish are swimming strong on the coral reef with a score of 57-51. The Red Alliance gained auto ranking points, as well as 3 ranking points for the victory in that match.
And it's time for match 43 on the Red Alliance's team, 41-89.
The Jefferson Robotics team.
Joining them, team 87-36.
The Mechanism.
And completing the Red Alliance's team, 88-65.
The Dacula Droids.
On the Blue Alliance's team, 95-22.
Archimedes.
Joining them, team 17-46.
Team Otto.
And completing the Blue Alliance's team, 8-3-2.
Oscar, Oscar, Oscar.
Field is green. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
Match number 43 now underway in autonomous as 4189 comes off of their starting position and holds steady at the reef, scoring high, worth 7 points for their alliance. All right, the Blue Alliance now moving forward as Oscar heads towards the Red Alliance reef. 88.65 holding steady as 87.36 looks to grab one of those pieces of algae off of the reef. They've got it in their possession, raised their arms up above the top of the ocean floor. They got it and placed it into the barge net at 4 points. The Blue Alliance bought 95.22, looking like they're getting into position. As 17.46 is checking out the cage on the Blue Alliance side, deep down in the ocean waters, the cold depths of the ocean waters. 95.22 spinning around, headed towards the cages as well as 87.36. The mechanisms currently ranked number 5, scoring on the Coral Tower, and their alliance partner 4189 doing the same thing on the opposite side. 17.46 holding steady at the cage as 87.36 approaches the net one more time. Another 4 points for their alliance as it's 34-9 with 54 seconds left to go. Right now, the two blue bots are parked underneath the barge zone. That would be worth 2 points at the end of the match for each alliance as 41.89 places another one high across the top for 5 points. 87.36, the mechanisms place another one in the net worth 4 points. They've grabbed another piece of algae and dropped it down on the ocean floor so they can pick it up. There's the sonar beacon. It's telling the bots that they can come find the cages below the barge, trying to lift themselves up if they so desire. 87.36 looking for some more coral. They're trying to reseed that coral reef as much as they can, but they run out of time with that last maneuver. That's the end of match number 43. And remember, after match number 44, that will be the last match of the day. Match number 44 will be the last match of the day. After the match, the pits will be open for 1 hour. Here we go with the results of match number 43. And the red fish swimming strong again along the reef with a score of 50-15. Once again, we are getting ready to start our final match of the day, match number 44. After match number 44 is completed, we will have the pits open for 1 hour, and then we will return tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. with competition starting at 9:30. 8 a.m. tomorrow morning with competition starting at 9:30.
All right, it's time for match 44, the last qualification of the day here at Gainesville. Let's start off with the Red Alliance for Team 1833.
Team Bean.
Joining them, Team 8866.
Innovation Robotics.
And diving with the Red Alliance, Team 8872.
Special Ops.
On the Blue Alliance, we have Team 3091.
100 Scholars.
Joining them, Team 1683.
The Techno Titan.
And completing the Blue Alliance, Team 9260.
Built for Bib Robotics.
Field is green, drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
And the bots are operating according to what the human programmers have told them to do, hopefully. They are doing what they're supposed to do in autonomous mode as the Blue Alliance bots move off of their starting position and score on the Coral Reef. Scoring high on the Coral Reef gained them 7 points. Now, what they just did gets them 5 points. As the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance both trying to score their coral pieces on the high end. The high level worth 5 points apiece. This is match number 44. Once again, it will be the final match of today's competition schedule. The pits will remain open for 1 hour after the match is over with. And we will also be returning tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock with matches starting at 9:30 tomorrow. As the bots continue in action, it's 33-26 in favor of the Red Alliance. But there's plenty of time for the Blue Alliance to catch up with 1:25 left to go. Here comes 92-60. That's the Built for Bib Robotics team scoring another 5 points if they can make it stick. Up there on top, there's 5 more points as 88-72 places one in the trough, but it bounces out back onto the sea floor as 18-33. That's the Team B. They've got coral in their possession, and they're going to know they're looking for some algae. They knock it off of the coral onto the ocean floor as 1683 tries to keep 1833 from getting to the coral. 88-72 receiving that coral from the chute on the side where the human players are at. There's 2 of them fed successfully to the Red Alliance as 3091 is dancing around with the algae. It's a little bit slippery. 88-72 placing it down low as it's 74-38 right now in favor of the Red Alliance. Team B was currently the #1 ranked team, and they're trying to hold on to that position with a victory in this match. We're down to under 20 seconds left to go now as 18-33. Team Bean has grabbed hold of that low, deep, hanging chain cage. trying to get up off the surface floor, but they hold steady, parking instead. That again was the end of match number 44, and once again the pits will remain open for 1 hour. As we await the final score of match number 44. Here we go. Match number 44, the final match of the day, and it goes to the Red Alliance with a score of 90 to 48. 90 to 48. Once again, we will be returning for match play at 8 o'clock tomorrow. The pits will open with match play starting at 9:30. And thanks to all the teams and volunteers here at the Gainesville District event for your hard work and gracious professionalism today. We have another full day tomorrow. As I said, pits will open tomorrow at 8 a.m. Opening ceremonies at 9 with competition starting at 9:30 in the morning. Pits will stay open for 1 more hour, plus or minus. All right, and we'd also like to thank our Day 1 Safety All-Star, Miss Dorothy Dossett from Team 9477 Lambda. Congratulations for being safe and leading us in our safe event.